What is going on, YouTube world? I'm Steve. I'm Dave. This is the Insert Revolution podcast. This is episode 15. Being Thanksgiving coming up just around the corner, literally 2 days away. Or well, less than 2 days actually, but
yeah, crazy.
Yeah. Do an episode tonight of what we're thankful for. I mean, it's easy to do that because there's a lot to be thankful for, and then it's just a simple topic where most anybody can get some good mileage out of it, and it's not like we don't have to think hard, but at the same time, you don't want to have all your thought-provoking discussions, or at least the topics ready to speak on back to back to back. You want to sort of space them out. So next week will be part 2 of part 7 of the hobby pet peeves. So
So are you forgetting something, Dave?
Nope, I know we are going to thank our sponsor tonight. Bud Light.
What a week. Do you actually get to enjoy Thanksgiving, or are you working?
We are closed. That is one of the 4 days a year we're closed, I think. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, maybe 3 days. Oh, New Year's Day.
Oh, here's Carlos. Jeez.
Let's say go back to the beginning where, again, I've got to put that on there because Steve, for whatever reason, is upset we're trying to get him out of the shadows with the the football or the hockey knowledge.
Hey, at least I know some of the freaking players.
I know.
Okay, maybe it's 77, Carlos. Can we prevent him from commenting?
Yeah, Carlos and I were on a bunch this weekend again. I know it's a shock. But yeah, that expo went on. We both like. I don't do much of the looking. I mean, I'm just there to chat. I love chatting, as pretty much anybody may know, and you get the same sort of people. The hockey guys I sort of run with, that crowd. We can just BS about stuff, and then it's not always about hockey either, which is nice for some people that they don't want to listen to hockey. Why, I don't know, but
like me.
Just don't lie. This is a positive episode. No lying.
Kiss my ass, Dave.
But yeah, it's been it's always a busy week at the old store of groceries. Anytime there's a holiday that's based around food. Like the 4th of July, you got your grilling and outside type activities. And then Thanksgiving, New Year's, Christmas, Memorial Day. I mean, those are our big rushes of the year. Valentine's Day, it's more of like a steak type and whatever else, like the potatoes and whatnot, but it's not huge like the other ones. So it's, I don't know how many times we're filling pumpkin pies and Cool Whip and vegetables today. It was just nonstop. I mean, go out there, fill it up, half hour later, it's like, okay, another half case is going to go up, or a case. And that's tiring. That's tiring by the end of the shift. You're pretty much running around more than the old, like an A&W type. The waitresses or whatever, the roller skates from every car, or like the car hops or whatever. It's like you are constantly moving. And when you're not, you're just trying to catch your breath. And then you got to carry out people's groceries and do all that stuff. It's like, oh. And you wonder by the end of pretty much any of these podcasts and anywhere I'm at, And on here, it's just like you can barely see my eyes open, and it's like, oh. But Tuesdays were our days that worked pretty much the best, and there wasn't a whole heck of a lot going on. So you get about a half hour of tired me. I try to spit something out at the end, but usually it's jumbled jargon.
No, you do pretty good. Yeah, it's interesting this time of year, at least from my perspective. I guess I should have changed my shirt. Uh,
Put some
so,
tape over it.
so for those people who have asked, this is where I work. But I work in order administration, so it's one of those in which anytime we're shut down for a couple days, especially late in the month, it usually gets crazy. The first day back. So a lot of people are trying to get orders booked and everything else to meet for month end numbers and things along those lines. So my team is jumping like crazy people. Uh, I don't physically do the work; I just lead the team, which is kind of nice. But it still doesn't mean that I'm not going crazy, having to approve things and escalating things and things along those lines. But it's also nice that we're off for 4 days.
Mhm.
Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, is usually kind of a light day. I can kind of send my team home a little early if they choose to do so, and not penalize them.
Yeah.
Uh, because the last day of the month, it's we book orders all the way up till 11:59 and 59 seconds East Coast time.
Okay.
So as long as it's in and booked by midnight, it counts. So I have two on the East Coast, and then I have one on the West Coast. And my person on the West Coast is the one who always ends up working the latest. So if I can kind of give her a little bit of a break and let her take off a little bit early, it's an added benefit.
Mhm.
Uh, I only have two of them working tomorrow. Uh, I did have a team of four. Now I have a team of three. So one transitioned to another area of the business,
Okay.
which was good for her. It wasn't because of performance or anything along those lines. It's that team needed help and she was interested, so it was kind of a good fit to make that transition. Sucks at this time though of the year
Yeah.
because you just never know what to expect. Uh, so
Yeah. And then I've always, I mean, not always, I've probably last 10 years, I'll take this weekend off just because, again, we don't get freight. We usually get Monday, Wednesday, Friday freight. We don't get it on this Friday. So it's, why am I there? I'm just going to be filling stuff up if I'm there for an hour or two, making an order, and then I'm done. I'm not going to be there all day. There's no need for me to be there all day and over the weekend. And that way, if there's any Black Friday things, I can sit there and go on the computer and get what I need and be done with it. But I've looked at a few of those Black Friday ads, not many, but um, nothing really sticks out. And I didn't figure it would be because again, this year seems to just be the year that's getting flushed down the toilet. So there's a lot of rehashing I see from like last year's Black Friday ads, and which is fine. Again, that
well, at least we can be thankful we're still employed.
yeah, I hear that all the time, and I said, oh yes, the high paying job and no stress and the customers that are always so understanding and I
I
love it.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said, but we can at least be thankful we are still employed.
Yeah, I I was somewhat jealous of one of the coworkers that again she's got like some underlying conditions or whatever that ducked out right away when that the COVID exploded and she got her extra $600 a week and man I just think again I don't think of like oh I could put a nest egg away I could do this always comes back to cards it always does I mean if not for saving for like a national trip or something like that, comes to like, man, I could knock a couple big ones off the want list if I would have stayed home. But I can do that for a while. If I won the lottery, I'd have no problem not working again. I mean, if you win like that $500 million Mega Millions or Powerball, I'm okay with sitting at home. I don't worry about that. $600 a week, I don't know. It'd be nice for a while, but man, I get antsy and I just like you need something to do, and you can only do so much around the house before you need to get out and do something because again, you're around the house all the time.
No, agreed. Agreed. Comments are a little light this evening. Everybody anxiously waiting to see where this goes.
Yeah, thankful. We're usually on the other side of the bridge. What do we hate, and what are we going to throw shade at tonight? And thankful.
There is still a lot to be thankful. Whether it be the hobby, whether it be in life, it just, like I said, there are still a ton of people out there that are hurting and suffering at this time of the year, which is really unfortunate, and it sucks for a lot of people. And for those of us that, are still employed and able to work, it really is a saving grace. We're able to still provide for the family and, still be able to give into our vice of collecting from time to time.
Yes, time to time.
Well, for some of us, Dave, it seems like has endless funds, although I know he doesn't. It always seems to look that way because every time you turn around,
I know.
But it's one of the, like we always say, or like you say, especially if you're in a relationship, whether you're, dating, married, whatever. At least you're collecting cards and not women, or going and blowing that money at the strip joint or at the bar, or whatever. Gambling. At least this has investment potential. I know some of us think that that's a bad word, but like I always say, in all honesty, we do this, yes, because we enjoy the hobby. But at the same time, there is still that investment mindset to where if the opportunity presents itself and it's not something that you're really partial to, it's very easy to sit there and go, yeah, I can part with this. What's going on, Vinny?
Let's say I'll invest.
So Vinny, remember to select it on your insert resolution bingo card. I still think we need to do a t-shirt, just saying. So Vinny, I don't know if you remember me talking about probably a couple episodes ago. Nobody cares about hockey. This is a football podcast. Remember?
You can't say that.
So I was mentioning Slash, and it's not a die cut. So this is just a regular fractal matrix. But I pulled that myself in 97. Not the best card for that year, but I think you got 2 fractal matrix parallels per box, 2 or 3. And at the time, Cordell was still doing pretty badass at that time. No, Carlos, that is not the case. That is not what it would say. But believe it or not, Dave, I actually so that came out of the one box. Some random stuff. We don't always show cards on here. And everybody gets sick and tired of seeing Terrell Davis. Nothing fancy, but
Yeah.
these are all cards that I pulled back in the day. Eddie George, player of the week, I think.
Yeah.
This is the only reason why I bought a box of this. I wanted this card.
Those were so cool.
Time Warp.
Because I know Natron's got one. I don't know if he's going to get tackled by Nitschke.
It's numbered to 2000, but
I love that was, and they've never done anything since. I don't think anything since that or like that since then.
no. Can't go wrong without a little Bledsoe. It's one of the quads. One of the quads.
That was 96.
Don't give me the line.
I think that's 96 because 97 is. I think that's like we've been looking for that gold stamp.
Of course, I showed this to Dave. This is disappointing. That's LeBron James, and I didn't redeem it like an idiot. One of your favorite sets.
Especially when you get to, and again, hockey's got another. Yeah, it's not just moment or season game play. I think they got moment as well, so they got 4 different variations.
Oh, do they?
Those are great.
So primetime rookies. This it's a take on the atomic, but these were, I think, 1 in 70 something.
What's going on, Bob?
What's going on, Bob? So, Vinny, if just FYI, if you're interested in that Cordell, let me know. We'll have to figure out a way for you to get me your address. There's another Bledsoe. Like I said, I was just peeking through some of this. This box is all sorts of random shit. Some stuff isn't worth a damn, but, first edition, Darren Sproles, rookie.
And those were, again, surprisingly tough.
Well, 05, actually, you could buy a box of first edition, believe it or not. That's the only year that they did it. So Keith Jackson, refractor out of Finest. I was trying to see. How about a Kobe rookie?
Can never go wrong with those.
Most people had no idea these exist. 97 top stars. This is the silver parallel.
Okay.
These were fucking tough, man.
Mm-hmm.
But you knew you had one because of the blue in the back. But I bought a lot of top stars too, and only pulled like one of these.
Yeah, you did not see them of anyone.
Oh, that's nice. Black and blue.
And those were tough to find because those were in like the magazine packs.
Profiles die cut. Chris Carter. Serial numbered version. Numbered to 100.
Yeah, because there's the non-die cut, a die cut, and then the die cut to 100.
How about a first edition Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, those are.
Like I said, just all sorts of random shit in here. There's a J.J. Watt. I know most of this has been football, a little bit of basketball. How about a Beltray, Bowman's best rookie?
And those things have really come up. I mean, the Bowman Chrome, obviously, but everything Beltray 97's been
regular. And this is a pretty freaking badass card. I'm tempted on getting this one graded.
I would,
That's Tim Duncan, rookie year. And that is an atomic. I don't know if it's going to show up. Good old emerald. Yep. But yeah, atomic refractor. It's the insert, but, you know, like I said,
rookie year, that doesn't matter.
All this stuff that I'm showing, this is all stuff that I've like pulled myself.
And all the stuff I'm showing is all the stuff I bought myself.
Platinum parallel? No, it's not the 101, but number to 53 of Adrian Peterson. It's got a crap ton of chipping on it though too. But
those are
tough. I'll save some other stuff for later, but you know, like I said, it was one of those in which I figured I'd. What set is that from?
Scoring core.
That's 96?
7.
See, never mind, because I forget, because you can put them all together.
It's like the triumvirate.
Yeah, because the Terrell Davis I have has the knobby on the side that would fit. Never saw what, Bob? Which one? The Duncan? How about a Emmitt Smith action-packed rookie? Like I said, there's all sorts of random shit in here. There's a Drew Bledsoe silver. It's not the refractor, but it's just the base silver. It's uncommon. He's not going to pick it up. Oh, yeah, it will. The uncommon. The scoring core. Yeah.
I don't think they were tough, but they weren't ultra tough. I want to say like either 1 in 49 or 1 in 71.
One of my all-time favorite sets.
The first-year team pinnacles were any sport. They were just awesome.
Yeah.
And again, you have a lot of names on there thinking, oh, they're not the greatest, or it's like at that time they were the greatest. Obviously, you're not getting on one of those types of cards without being a top-tier player. Oh, I remember that.
And something you were talking about, the freaking redemption cards. I have a few of them in here. I'll find some stuff here and there just randomly. Like I said, there's nothing in here that's, you know, like super, super. There's your Skybox Impact, Redemption. There's the draft lottery. Like I said, there's nothing in here that's, you know, like just stupid money. Well, that Tim Duncan could be if I get it graded. But I'll pull some stuff from time to time. Just thought I'd freaking. Yeah, I remember the prototypes though. Football had them too, if I'm not mistaken. It's always the comparison to hockey. Always. It's always going to be that way. And I can admit, hockey, the way that they did some of their parallels and inserts, they one-upped, and I give them props. But I don't care. I'm not collecting hockey. Yeah, go ahead and give us the thumbs up on the freaking podcast then, Carlos.
Or or a thumbs down. Either way, you react, and we get, because the algorithm works because it's the algorithm.
Yeah, which nobody understands how it works.
Because of reasons.
Reasons. I am being serious though. We started talking about shirts last week though. Dave, I think we need to come up with something. Even if it's just for us.
Like, we can't do it just for us. I mean, we might have like our names
Sure.
can be on it, but then the other ones are just like a merch shirt. We'll have like the whatever on there, and then our names will be in that fancy old cursive on like a Letterman jacket or whatever it was back in the day.
We need some creative ideas. I think we need to do a shirt.
Then when we get our YouTube Hall of Fame patch, it's just like when you letter in football, bam, somebody will sew it on there. And,
don't you mean the not Hall of Fame?
oh, it's obviously the cornerstone of this community is the Hall of Fame for the people that have been on YouTube for like 5 years, if that. I don't have any opinions about that haven't already been said 800 times out of my like nearly 1,200 videos.
Yeah, we won't go down that rabbit hole. We'll save that for another episode. We're here to talk positive, what we're thankful for. One thing I'm not thankful for is Dave and Carlos consistently bringing up my lack of understanding and appreciation for the game of fucking hockey.
we mention your love for it once in a great while. I mean, it's
every fucking time y'all are on a podcast and I say anything, it always goes to that. Sunday night, Carlos even ended on that note. Bastards.
Well, I think you commented right away when we started. And that led to that comment. And then, yeah, right at the end, make sure to go check out Steve for his never-ending knowledge and wisdom with hockey collecting, the sport of hockey. You'll amaze you with all the knowledge and useless facts he knows.
Or like lack thereof. I do have an appreciation. I've never said I didn't. I have an appreciation for the cards. I do. I always have. A lot more now because of you showing them and introducing me to, Matt with the Central Credentials, to Carlos. Vinny, hint, hint, will have his time in the limelight in the near future. We won't spoil it at all. But, there is an appreciation there, without a doubt. There has always been an appreciation there. And there was a time, yes, I know this is going to frickin' floor you all. In 94, 95, I did buy some frickin' hockey packs. And that's because the shop had a couple of the masks in their showcase. And I'm like, man, those are really fucking cool. I'd like to have one. But at that point in time, I didn't want to just buy it. I was back in my pack opening days and box busting days to where that's all it was for me. I never pulled one because I think, like I said, I bought like 5 or 6 packs and I was like, yeah, I've had enough. It's been fun. And I never went back.
Our resident bowling expert is bowling right now. That's why he's never been on the podcast. This film, Not Yet Rated, has league on Tuesday night, so he can only catch our wonderful discussions and interactions with all of you in replay, archived in the YouTube library in the annals of time.
Yep, he was able to join the first one we did, and then bowling season picked up.
Yeah.
I think he told me like spring, and I'm like,
Yeah,
that's
we might get him on for his own the episode 52, which would be apropos for Clay Matthews.
well. Let's see. We're at 15 now. Yes,
Yep.
that would be 2 years from now because we do it every week. So that's 26. It'd be 2022 before we ever had him on.
No, come on. Your mathematics is way off. I mean, that's like saying how many one-on-ones do you have? And well, I've got this one-on-one.
38. I have 38. I know how many I have. I'd like more, but not focusing on that right now. I've watched, I think, 6 or 7. And in the past couple weeks, but it's all the new shit. And it's, player worn.
Mm-hmm.
One was, one was a pretty nice looking card, but it's like, nope. And I think it sold for right under 140. And to be brutally honest, I would have rather, spent 160 on one of the PMGs that sold last week. Just saying. There you go, Carlos, just for you. Just saying.
Yeah, I looked up Dougie Martin. I haven't looked him up in ages. I mean, ages. And I was shocked at how cheap his stuff was. Obviously, again, a relative cup of coffee. Sort of like the Josh Johnson. He had 2-3 really good years and then just sort of fell off. There was something out in the last year or two, an NFL Shield or something of that like. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. Up for bids or whatever, and I look at I'm like, okay, what about the back? Player one, and I'm like, oh, this isn't a rookie year card. So that was like, okay, never mind that we're gonna pass on this because there's so much else. There's so much other stuff with him out there that, again, that's one collection that is like the third tier. And it still has like a 3-row box full of that stuff.
Okay, I've got it figured out. So Carlos gave me an idea. So we need to find a way to get with JT, get a custom card for us, okay, on the same card. Hear me out.
Well, you're going to need to have like a box loader to get my fat ass.
Just needs to be our face, okay? Insert Revolution, hashtag Insert Revolution podcast is the player name.
Mm-hmm.
Above me, just saying, above you, and again. Done.
I was gonna say, the other one I like, and I actually think, I don't want to admit it, but I think about it in the store. If I'm just like going over to like the bread section, filling up that or whatever. Nomenclature. I'm like, how many times you've said that on the show? And I think about that for whatever reason. Again, it just shows you how horrendous my brain is and how much trouble is up there. If that's what I'm thinking about, just pushing a cart full of bread or whatever over to that section, and I'm like, nomenclature. I wonder if I can get like some Vegas odds in him using that word tonight. I think about that. It's
oh, some of the shit that comes out of, oh my God. See, this is why I enjoy doing this. We can have a shitty day, and just being here and cutting up and kidding around makes it all worthwhile. Just saying. I did that on purpose, by the way, Carlos.
yeah, I know there was one time, I think late last week, I thought about it too, as know if I was filling up toilet paper or what, and I'm just like, I don't think.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I start thinking about stuff in the show. I'm like, okay, I gotta do a little brainstorming to grease the wheels once in a while. I mean, so it's not a complete disaster, but at least try to have something laid out. But yeah, then you just start thinking like, oh, we talked about that, and we talked about that, and
At the end of the day, hashtag insert revolution. Of course, you could always do your closing tagline though too. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things we could do. Just saying. Yep. Just saying. More random shit.
I don't know if I've seen that one. Is that 97?
Yep. Jim Drunkenmiller. Bronze.
That whole QB draft class was trash. 94 team leaders. How the heck?
Yep. Oh, here you go.
Those are always tough to run across at a center.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just thumbing through random shit. Don't mind the stickers, but America's team.
Those were not the easiest either. They're about one per box or so insert, and you don't see them that often, even with people busting that stuff. Because again, Bledsoe, Bettis, Rick Meyer, he had a very strong rookie class until Meyer got on the field.
Yeah. Not the best, but black refractor. Number to 99. It's amazing what I can find in this box.
Let's say if we're going to show Cordell's, I don't know if I've shown this yet. I'm sure I have.
Oh, that's nice.
The old 95 score artist proof.
There's McNair refractor. I had one.
I've got the Bledsoe.
Yes, I know there is not a top or a sleeve on this. Shut up. This was back in the olden times and didn't always protect my stuff. Hall of Fame. Finest black refractor. Number to 100.
So if you look behind Eddie there, that's not just like the etched foil. That's another hologram. Which, again, I guess I really never noticed because I thought, again, after the extra action or whatever. And I think it's just here. The wonderful light of the room.
I think this is a really cool one.
Oh. Was that the Hall Bound?
Yeah. Woohoo! And Kyle Orton, rookie refractor. Woohoo!
He was okay. And again, that's not saying much, but instead of some of these guys that absolutely were shit, like a Cade McCown, Achilles Smith, that absolutely did nothing. He at least did something. Who was quarterback? Was it Grossman? Or him?
Pro Bowl checklist.
That's about the only one you can get. No TD.
Silks. I don't want to pull this out.
Yeah, they were a bear to get in.
That's what she said.
It was I think I've shown one of these before.
Yep, studs.
A little diamond, not diamond. And then the last of the Eddie Georges. Again, that's what that TNT dude does. He has just hordes of like this stuff up, and like it's a good way to either A, get a copy and an example, or it's just cheap enough where you can't pass it up.
Sharpshooters.
And there are what, 2 or 3 different colors on that?
Yeah, that's the red. That's the red. Yeah, the Hall of View or Hall of Fame, whichever ones. Man, this has got just. Here you go, Dave.
MS Dub. And then, of course, I'm stupid. I don't even remember what I looked up. And this was, again, a while ago. All these, a guy I don't collect. I don't ever think I bought a card of him ever. Until this.
Stephen Davis.
And this one is, I don't even know.
Is that hand numbered?
Mm-hmm. Where the hell? 3 of 7.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that was 7 or 9.
So this seller had just a ton. I think I missed the first 3, which one was, I think, it might have been that Contenders 99 gold, which really pissed me off because you don't run across those. Timelines?
Yeah, McNair, numbered to 25. It's one of my basketball years.
Oh, Penny.
These were tough. I actually had the Weber too, but since we were talking about this last night,
Yeah, those are
platinum. I said none of these are purchases. These are all pack pulled.
I was happy to get because he had 2 copies of each. Now that might not look like much.
No, but it's the serial number. Yeah.
And I don't think I paid more than 12 for any of this stuff.
These also got brought up at one point in one of the podcasts.
Super teams?
Yep.
Or what?
In the older years, they actually had that notation, but numbered to 50. Don't mind the discolored top loaders. A lot of people probably don't remember that. Magic's Kingdom.
I was hoping this guy would have more stuff because I think he was down in Alabama, so he's obviously like an Auburn fan. And again, the Spectrum type stuff. Because again, this is stuff. Again, Stephen Davis had a good, 5 years? 4 or 5 years.
There's you a gold, rare, not refractor.
Prime time. And so at least with these copies too, it's like if I don't have a Northcutt, this is the 25 version. At least I know what they look like. And some of them are like a Bledsoe now. Here's one of the Game Plan Masters or whatever, the 50.
Yep.
Just stuff that, again, you get sucked in. And it's fine. You just don't want to get sucked in constantly.
Not the best player in the world, but a freaking cool-ass card. Just the design and the etched foil.
Who the hell is that?
Aaron Brooks.
Oh.
But it's just a cool. I mean, it's numbered to 1,000. It's nothing. just one of those that it was like a cool design.
Bob's got a question here.
You know what that is, Dave?
Oh, it's that frenzy or whatever.
It's the treasures.
Oh,
Christian
is that,
Leitner.
is that the regular rookie for the Leitner or the draft redemption?
That's the draft. Because so die cut versus laser cut. It depends. It really depends. I love laser cuts just because they're so intricate. Just personal opinion about some Ken Griffey Jr. stuff. Freddie Taylor.
But this is where it's sort of like the old Pinnacle, where you'd have one side doofix and then the other side's just
plain. Yep.
Yeah. I pulled the Bledsoe of this out of a box in 2000. So I actually bought a box of 2000 football and pulled one of the Bledsoe, but I sold that thing for I think like 45 back then. So I'm like, I wish I would have pulled a Brady, but obviously then you didn't know.
You would have sold it for $1 and been kicking yourself in the ass later.
At least this one jersey numbered 48 of 48. So these ones in hockey are stupid tough. Obviously,
is that Atomic?
Yeah. What year? 2000 it looks like. But yeah, that most of your hockey players. Again, you've got the Gretzky, the Lemieux, Yager, Malkin, but back then it wouldn't have been Malkin. He wasn't drafted yet. But you have some guys that are up there. The 91, 99, 66, 68. But select.
Damn, that guy had some low numbered shit.
And that was the thing. I tried to get everything because, again, I liked him in fantasy football. I had him for 2 or 3 years running. And if it's cheap enough, I need another collection. I just don't have enough. So just to have those, and then then you can sort of look at. Let's look at Stephen Davis a couple times a month. I haven't done anything since I picked those up, which I regret because I'm sure I missed out on something or another. But I know there's like the 96 select certified rookie stuff. It's still pretty cheap. I mean, comparatively speaking to some of these other guys we've been talking about picking up and then looking at that.
Right.
With the Mirror Gold, I don't think is more than 40. I'd like to get down to about 20, 25 to really feel like I got a great price on it.
Right.
Premium stock, I'd probably pay around 40, 45, even though I know it could be more.
Oh, it's raining. I think I'm going to the backyard.
I just said that trash can's getting up down the street.
So why didn't you go snag it?
That's freaking cute.
That's freaking cute. Guess I'm gonna have to go chase a garbage container at some point after our podcast is over. I wasn't expecting it to just bottom fall out. Oh
well. As for Bob's question, I don't know. It depends. I love the netminder, and if I can find it, because I know Steve and his affinity for hockey. Probably won't be able to find it, but there's a Pacific. I think the netminders cards have that laser cut really, really well done. It's sort of like the Netmind or the. Well, here's one version, but it's not. I mean, I like that, but there's when you just get a die cut, something like again. Anytime you talk about hockey and you don't mention Ziggy Palfy, it's a crime. But I mean, just like the bottom, and then even at the top, it's very subtle, but it just goes from the card to just that little indent down. So it's an actual light. You just don't have it looking like a generic 5-year-old drew a light. But I'd say, again, I like the die cut, just a straight die cut. Laser cut sometimes gets too busy. But
It can. It can.
Again, like the Vinny's in here. A couple of Yagers. And I know I've got them. Here's another one I know. The gold variation, not to do a little bit of a die cut. I mean, it's like a vanity plate, so you have a very slight around the corners. But Dougie Waite, Paul. They did this set in baseball, but it was all Frank Thomas. It was like the Frank Thomas, like a 10-card set, which I wish they would have done like a regular player set, even if it's like 12 or 15. Like these die cuts too. There's nothing better than just that decal edge when it's done right. But
Bionis did that with the gold refractors.
the 2000, I love those too. That I wish they were more limited though. That number to 200, it was nice. You put those to 25, holy balls, that jumps them into like a top 3, I'd say top 5 ranking. And I'd say it might go past, because I think that like the PMG from 97, those cards again in person are amazing. But 98, it's nice. It's got the sort of like the champagne swirls, the superfractor swirl. 99, it's So I mean, you can have like the Skybox Premium Rubies 97. Those are great. Then we start going into to subsequent years. It's like, they're okay, but
Not numbered. This is only a 3-row box, so it's not like I'm going to be able to show a crap ton of stuff. Excuse me. Just saying. That's from the Redemption set. Told you, believe it or not, Dave, I have a crap ton of Bledsoe stuff.
well, I
Told
think
you
he was
that.
a universal guy that was. I mean, you had to like him. He wasn't an arrogant dick. I mean, he may have had his like sort of aloof moments in interviews with something like that, but and then he put up huge numbers all the time. I mean, if they'd lose like 38 to like 25 or whatever, but you'd see him like 34 for like 73 for 429, and Brisby would have like 120-yard aerial attack. What, 95 pinnacle? There's the QB pinnacle or QB pinnacle or whatever it is. Or
My eyes suck.
yeah, yeah, that stuff, especially in some shoddy light, is the worst. And I agree, Gino, that that the only problem I have with that hockey coming out in 2021 is what's the price point going to be? I mean, you've got so many people now that have clamored for that for, I'm trying to think the last was like 15, 16 maybe, or 14, 15. So you've got,
Talking about like the retro.
yep, like a Fleer retro sort of situation. So
Can't remember if that was 12 or 13.
I thought they had one more lump for I want to say like 14, 15, because I know there's like another jambalaya in there somewhere. What is that?
Since we're coming up on Christmas, out of Pro Set.
I was gonna say that which one do I remember? The 90, like the red border, and he's like just in front of the tree.
89. I think that's 89. Because it's got it's the red border.
Okay. So yeah, 15, 16. Fleer as in the Fleer showcase. So I think they had a couple different I wouldn't say subsets, but again, yeah, that's what you had. You had like the metal, you had the ultra, the showcase. So you've had 5, 6 years or whatever to let people sort of like sit on top of that pot of water boiling. It's like, okay, now you've got everybody so excited that they needed it, or they need it, they want it. You can pretty much throw it out there like a $250, $300 a box price, and people gobble it up. I'm nervous for that because again, it wouldn't be anything I'd pick up necessarily unless something was really well done. Because for me, thankfully, the parameters there it is, 16, 17 last year for showcase. It's not in the parameters of what I try to collect or pick up a Broder, a Sakic, a Forsberg, but 92, 93 rookie sensations.
Telling you this box has all sorts of random shit in it.
I was gonna say, is that a box I passed up at some point in time? And
no, I showed this before, not this one specific, but this is the red version. I showed the green before. And then, just freaking random.
91, 2 hologram or 2, 3?
I don't know. That's the X-Men. A box that keeps on giving. Wolverine. This is not in the best condition, but this is one of the originals.
Well, now I don't think it even matters anymore. If that's a hot card, people gobble it up.
Yeah, but I think this is that's Gambit. I think it's a Gambit. Yep. I think I actually have the whole set of these. And then this is Cable. But yeah, random shit in the box. And I'm not even showing all of it. I mean, here's some freaking Duke Terrell Davis stuff that I already have in the collection.
And I agree, Bob. I'll say, yeah, both have a place in the hobby. I just don't want to see, like, here's a laser cut that I'd say I like. Again, it's well done, but it plays well in the card design. You've got the line up here, you've got the line here, face-off circle.
One of Carlos's favorite sets. Of course, in the football variation.
Well, you didn't want to come off as a arrogant guy and show off all your
my non-hockey stuff. It's a McNabb rookie. My only mirror gold that I pulled, Michael Westbrook.
Another for the laser cut, the EO portrait from Omega. Those are another one that's done well, where you can't even tell unless you've actually got it to the light and you're looking up in the light.
These were just cool.
And there's there's a die cut version of something too.
Well, I know they have different like varying numbers and stuff. I mean, this is one of like the base or whatever, but they multiple variations.
So I don't know if it's just another 250 or whatever, so like 150, or it's the old the PMG green, or the first X or the canvas Diamond Kings are numbered out of 10,000, but the first 500 are the canvas ones and stuff of that nature. Slideshow?
Yep. That's Harrison, numbered to 750. Break out from my hockey stash. I mean, there's a ton of freaking prestige in here, but that's because I opened a case. There's you a penny gold.
The Hoops 5th anniversary.
Felt blue.
Those are tough too. They weren't exactly laying around. Supreme Court.
Jordan. Is that all stock?
Yeah. There was on that TNT he had, I don't know, a month ago, some lots of players. So this lot had that one, the Donruss press proof, the Leaf press proof.
Die cut.
Yep, the Score artist proof. One of my favorite inserts.
Building blocks.
Yep.
There's you an Emmett Silver.
The thumbs up. The 98, which these are tougher than.
Do you remember these?
Oh, Wild Card Stat Smashers. That was I liked Wild Card. They were the collector's edge, not as innovative, but they had some stuff where it's just goofy enough and it worked well enough. Oh, Kelly's Heroes.
Yeah, so Barry, Emmett. And yes, I do have a few Noshans not in this box. They're actually in the Broncos stuff.
It's out of edge something. The Marauders?
Yes, I think that's which one that is. I can't remember specifically. Number to 750. And then there's the Castle.
I've looked at his too, because I had a fairly substantial collection of Brunel, and I'm like, I just can't.
Since we were talking about Drunken Miller, there's the gold press proof.
Oh.
At the time I pulled that was kind of a big card, though.
Yeah, he had. I don't say he had potential because he didn't, but yeah, there's all that stuff I've shown tonight has been stuff that's been sitting, just collecting dust waiting to be shown in a video.
Well, see, most of this stuff, I mean, this is all older stuff, so everybody that's here actually is getting to see stuff that most people haven't seen. I don't even know what some of this stuff is. This stuff isn't even sleeved. I know I'm getting ready to get a crap ton of people. What do you mean it's not sleeved?
Well, yeah, it's a sign of the times too back then. I mean,
in 2007, Topps, Calvin Johnson. Like I said, There's not humongous stuff sitting in here. I don't even remember what year this is. Good old Griffey. That's all a bunch of score glossy.
I still want to put together this set, and it's so cheap to do it. I just don't know why I don't. It's the preview.
Oh, okay.
The west, the central, and the east. You look down there, it says Western region. When those came out in that sports cards magazine, you saw those. I'm like, oh, Jesus.
Well, thank you, Vinny.
Here's one where it's die cut. I'd say a little laser cutting. So Bob Lewis. And again, that light is not picking up that bright spots at all, but you have like right in where the pinky is.
That's a pretty nice looking card, though.
And I've got a Jeter like that. I think I got for and this one was only like 3 or 4. And then the laser down there is cut out too. But the Jeter was like $6, $7 maybe, 10 at the most. I'm like, come on now. Everybody's favorite before finest refractors, the old First Day Production.
I think 91 is still my favorite. That's pretty.
I know. And that was another one that was absolutely, and again, Christ, I can barely see it.
15? 10.
10. That was under $10, and that's a.
So we were talking about First Day issue. 2008, and they were serial numbered, but it just, I still go back to 91, that box that said First Day issue, just, to me, it looked the best. So that's my personal opinion.
I've got a bunch of these at ComC too.
Oh, I remember the Idols.
And that's a set I'm going to put together because that was another one that was the Van Poppel and Nolan Ryan I've already got. I spent $15 on that with Micah Dystemic at a card show, 3-4 years ago. Because again, that's pretty much all my that set. I bought the shit out of those packs. My God, it was insanity. Trade card. Was that the 92-3 one?
One of my all-time favorite sets.
Oh, 92 Diamond Kings.
Atomic or just base?
Just the refractor.
Another one of my all-time favorite sets.
I love that Hollow View set.
It's on my list of things to complete. Just saying.
The promo, which I've never seen that.
I didn't know that existed.
Nor did I when I saw it. I'm like, oh, a North Kid, I'm going to have to bid more than $1.
And I was trying to see, because I'm pretty sure you brought this up in a video. I know. Anybody remember when this guy had a freaking few badass games? TJ Yates.
Oh yeah, because he was like he played for him in the playoffs.
Numbered to 250. You were talking about the snow variation cards, and I know I had a few. I was trying to see Curtis Martian.
I don't remember what that was called.
So here's here's more of the freaking Reebok parallels. There's a bronze. I have so many of these. It's ridiculous. I could probably put a few sets together. There's you a Daisuke Matsuzaka. I know. Random shit in this box, man. Yep. Hit the hole. I was trying to think of what it was.
That was a set I didn't know existed either.
I did.
Well, what's his name's in it? That guy you collect.
Yep. Danny Woodhead.
And these for the baseball collector were tough to find. Obviously. Oh, no. 06 Future Stars.
I opened a case to that.
My brother was probably, I don't know if he busted a case, but he might have busted close to a case worth of single boxes. He was going after the red ink, and then there was the triple autos, the clear path to history, like triple.
Well, remember, and it's probably have to go back and watch some of your videos, but I sent you the Josh Johnson, although you already had it. For all you basketball guys, 1 of 20. That's an atomic. So that's Steve Smith, Ray Allen on one side, that's Shandon Anderson, and Sean Elliott on the back. But that's an atomic.
Those are nice too. And that's what we've said before too. If you don't have success with whatever player you're collecting, there's plenty of stuff out there to scrounge around. And again, if shows are going on more so in person right now, that's what you could start leafing through the, like whatever it is, the $4 or $5 boxes where you get like the 5 for 20. You could pick stuff up like that, or cheap, and even cheaper than that. And
these are laser cut. I don't know if you can,
like the Bowman's best cuts is that.
Yep, best cuts. Yep, and that's a refractor.
Yeah, that's the only bad part about this stuff. I try to keep it separate for future videos.
So, like I said, random shit. I mean, most people have no idea. Is that bronze or gold?
Bronze.
Finite 150?
Yep. Which I think I got that for like $5. And the brodeurs I've got have been the 225 and the 300, and I've spent I think 25 to 35 for each copy.
That's pretty much everything that's in this box. But random shit. First day issue. That 94?
4 or 5. Yeah, 4.
Hollow blue.
Again, such an underrated set. I wish that focus on the future. 96 silver. There was mold, artist proof.
Yep.
The illusion. What is that one?
Spectra. Is that Spectra Illusion Elite? Is that the Elite version?
Dominion.
Oh, Dominion. Because I knew that there was 2 different kinds.
The 95 back to back.
Artist proof.
Talked about these the other night.
Yep. I showed the non-die cut. What set is that?
Head to head, 94 Sportflix. And again,
I was going to say it was Sportflix.
again, you can't, of course. Why would you be able to? Come on, focus. It says no more than 4,500 sets. Carlton Bailey, I think it was, and then Emmett.
That's cool looking though.
Out of the Leaf signature, the signature proof, which you can't see, but you can consider that
200.
Yep.
See, I do remember some of these.
The 96, I think it was artist proof. Then there's a lot of 3 of these. I'm like, oh, well.
Why not?
Yeah, it's like $3-4. Here's what we've said up before. It doesn't always have to be a great looking case hit type card. The Kings of the NFL are not great looking at all.
No. That's the Merino I showed. So that's the Treasures.
Yep. And another blue
97.
artist proof again, other side.
Oh yeah, okay, I see it.
Another different first day.
See, I
like the silver one where there's that little shine.
That's what I was talking in 91, which was the first year they did it, I'm pretty sure.
3.
Was it 3?
'Cause 1 was the first year.
Oh, yeah. Stadium, I'm thinking Favre. So, yep. And then 92 definitely didn't have. So, yep.
I think I've showed this.
You have. Final cut.
Which I just love those because that one and there's I think one like that that's more die cut. I didn't even know those were around. I mean, you knew they had some sort of wonky inserts, but at the same time, if you're not searching all the time for some of this stuff, you're not going to remember it. Again, it's out of sight, out of mind. It goes back to that phrase. And if we're admitting this stuff, and we've based a lot of our collecting ways around inserts and parallels and just tough to find stuff. And we're saying, hey, we didn't remember it at one point. And it's not like we went away from the hobby for a decade and came back. Oh boy. See, if you would have had the hockey, you would have had the laces tied up right. And
That's what I have to say to that, Dave.
you're not the first, nor will you be the last.
Well, I won't. Well, I'll be the last for tonight.
Yeah, that's probably right. But yeah, to find a lot of this stuff, and again, my advice, which has been one of the good things or the thankful for this year,
Ooh.
I've done a lot more of the, okay, I find something in somebody's eBay store that's like dirt cheap. Like let's say one of those one of those Bledsoe first days. You find in there for like $250 best offer. To quote my good friend and our good friend Joey Burtcat 8, I'm gonna haggle, I'm gonna dicker a bit. So I'll offer like $150. We'll come back at $2. I'm like, okay, I can pay $2. But before I hit the offer, I'm gonna go through and just look at some of their stuff. Mark it down, Paul. It was just under an hour and 20 minutes.
No, we talked about it at the first part of the show.
Well, yes. There's stuff I won't. Again, if I think the deal is good, I won't sit there and. Especially again if it's something rare. We've said before, if it's something you haven't seen, and the price is pretty much in your wheelhouse of what you're going to pay, and that's a finite card where it's not up top Chrome update, Soto PSA 10. Nice card. There's a ton of them out there. It's the rare time. You want to try to get on topic once in a while.
So that'll be our New Year's resolution, Dave.
I don't even want to make that.
It was worth a shot, right?
Because that usually ends up that one wouldn't, but like the collecting goals, it's like just keep your narrow focus on like what you need to pick up. And I don't even know why I say that anymore in those videos. It's just like just say pick up only the good deals instead of spending $150 on stuff you don't need, and then something comes up and you're like, why'd you do that?
This is why I don't set collecting goals. Because, well, here's my reason. So, unlike you that has a plethora of options, I have refused to branch out of my narrow focus. And if I set, okay, I want to add 250 cards to the collection, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
It should be something that's easily doable because I have gaping holes in some of the plain, in some of the plain year stuff, base, regular inserts, a few, run-of-the-mill basic parallels that I could go on ComC, or I could go shopping on Burbank if I wanted to, through Beckett or on eBay, and pick them up for $1 a piece all day long. So it's something that I could do. The issue is it's one of those in which I'd rather not, and I don't want to use the term pigeonhole, but to me, that's kind of what you're doing. I mean, if that's what keeps you motivated to set goals, by all means, go for it. For me personally, it doesn't do me any good because I never know what's gonna happen, what's gonna transpire. And although I try to be very goal oriented, it's one of those in which I think I'd be like severely pissed off at myself if I didn't obtain something that I set myself out to at the beginning of the year. So I always leave it open, pick up as much as what I can within reason, to where it's not, putting a dent in the old wallet, so to speak. Now, I will say that I do have like a silent type of goal where it's, I'd like to pick up 2 to 3 like big cards a year at a minimum, whether it be a PMG, a precious metal, that type of stuff, which, at least from this year perspective, I technically obtained my goals. I think at the end of the year, I'll sit at close to 400 cards added, which, is a pretty substantial deal. And most of those came out of, purchasing 2 collections. Mm-hmm. And, I'd rather do it that way than pick up, 10 or 15 every couple, few weeks or whatnot. And it works for me because I'm a lot more selective these days, it seems.
Well, in that regard too, you have to be thankful that you were able to work that deal out earlier in the year, and then you were thankful that the one from Germany was able to work out the deal with you near the end of the year.
Yeah. Now, if I can just get those in.
I didn't have to have any of those head out.
Nope. Still just the one damaged, which is unfortunate. And yes, we talk about stuff and things here. So that's how we roll. And would you expect anything less than that, Carlos? I mean, that's the reason why you still continue to show up and watch, right?
Yeah, like I don't know. I like to go back and just look at what I was thinking the previous year. That's one thing I like to make those videos for. Since I'm like, okay, I want to get X amount of Josh Johnsons. I want to be at this number. I want to get this many 101s. Which again, I do still consider the plates a 101, even though it's a true 104. Just to, because usually it's something to the effect of like to get more Josh Johnsons, try to whatever it is. Try to tie up a lot of the lower end or the higher end, lower numbered McCown. Stuff like that, the Hall of Fame packs. Just try not to start any new collections or whatnot. That never seems to work. And we got to show that for. But it's never anything where I'm like, okay, I need to hit this number. It's more or less, I just want to and hope I can obtain what I want. Like this year for Josh Johnson 101s, it's been phenomenal. And I mean, that's not like, oh God, like Joey, he's picking up, he wants to hit like 105 or 100 Bart Star Autos. He's at like 111 or whatever. So he's picked up probably 15 to 20 this year. And that's a healthy chunk of money. That's a healthy chunk of falling into some good luck. Where Johnson, it's like you got to hope these people are like, oh fuck it, I've been sitting on this guy for 10 years or whatever. I don't care anymore. And that's what I hope for. And again, I think I went through eBay and I Comstein have picked up everything that I can get within reason. I don't want to pay, and I've paid like 20, 25 for plates, and that's too much. But I want to get them, and I want to just be done with them. But there's stuff that's like 50 and like 35, and I'm like, 10 years ago, I'm thinking about it heavily. Now, there's no way in hell you're going to get that from me. But you want to, I just want to have something out there so I'm like, I can look back. If I was smart, but as collectors, we don't want to have like stuff sitting for the year. Or we don't have places for stuff to sit for the year, then go back. Carlos said something earlier about like some store credit, and then I know there's people have marked out stuff.
Is it 5% or something?
Yeah, because there's some Jason Morrow stuff that's super low numbers, and I've got to go. I think Thursday I might do that. Go through what I've got of him and see what I need, because there's some ultra low numbered stuff that's pennies on the dollar. Watch, it'll be gone. Somebody will, for whatever reason, pop across it and hit those. But I'm really hoping to hit something on there. There's a few other cards in the hockey collection that I want to pick up, but I need the price to be right, because I like them and I know they're rare. But at the same time, they're not even like the top 10 of what I'm looking for or most wanted. I mean,
Gotcha.
It's stuff that I'd love to add, but I don't want to flop down a chunk of money. Boom, the Duo View Auto shows back up and like, well, now I've got to actually start selling stuff because I know where that baseline is, and I'm gonna have to raise like 450 to feel comfortable, because that's what it's going to take, and I don't want to sell because I just don't like selling.
Well, the last time you did it was the opportune time,
Yeah,
and it was fairly easy from that perspective.
yeah,
So,
and it
which
helps
I
when you're
could,
dealing with people you know too. It's instead of unknown entities, and so. But yeah, it'll never. Card money is always so fickle isn't the right word. It's always so fluid. Yeah, well, yeah. Think of the quiet in town. I mean, if you just start harvesting.
I still remember it being brought up.
Exactly.
And reasons. Can't forget reasons.
It's so hard to, I won't say save it or hold off, because I mean, there's always, always something to buy. And again, with somebody like me, it's absolute hell when you have 1,493 player collections or collections.
Oh, it dropped. I thought it was 1,622.
Well, that was last week. Next week it'll be like 1841.
Oh, so we're going back up. Okay. Oh, not the Canadians don't advocate violence.
There was a Netflix special. I think Tristan and I watched it in April, maybe, where there was somebody up like in Montreal that had killed like 2 or 3 people, and it was something where he was God damn it! I wish I would. If I would have known this would have been brought up, I would have tried to refresh my memory. But it was something where he was like avoiding folks. He ended up in like Montreal, and again, not a seedy part of town, but he was gay, and he was trying to hide that by being like pretending he was out on yachts and parties. So his Instagram and all this other BS was like, look at the life I'm living, and you're really not living that. Then he goes up there, answers like a Craigslist thing, kills the dude. I want to say he like beheaded him, and then he was on the run, and then God, look it up. Just as long as we're talking about nonviolence in Canada, look that up on Netflix. It's very vague, very very disjointed. Just look up like a murderer up in Montreal. I wish I could remember the name. Super. I just something to watch in these trying times, uncertain times. But not advocating violence for the international harvesting of kidneys or any other organ.
My wife put the damn. Sorry, I'm having to put cushions back in the chair here since it stopped raining. I don't want my bootay to get wet.
That's what she said.
I don't know if you want that to be get wet. That could be the signs of something a little bit more sinister. Just saying.
Right there. It's like Vinny had it. Yeah, it's like a Luca, and he's like a pretty boy, and it's like you look at him and you're like, no, he can't be the one that's killing him. You think it's first, you think it's a fake, so you think it's like a catfish situation, and it isn't, and then you don't think he's going to be like uh, able to kill these people or kill this person, and it's just some Asian dude. That's what it was. It's like a picture. They had like the video footage from the apartment. That stuff's fun to watch. Not fun, but it's interesting.
Okay, wait a minute. Time out. I'm going to call technical foul on that one. Did you say fun? Interesting, yes. Intriguing, yes. It's no different. Since we talk about random shit, I ended up watching the Seduced documentary on Stars, it was a 4-part series on NXIVM. A lot of people may or may not remember it being in the news quite a bit in, late 2019. Keith Raniere was the founder, and it had some high-powered people and all sorts of shit. Fucked up shit. But and what they use to like convince people to, become a sex slave and all this other kind of shit. It's basically brainwashing people. And it's no different than, Jim Jones and Jonestown and David Koresh and all these, they're cult leaders. They find ways to, these people just find a way to support these individuals through and through for whatever reason. Shit like that intrigues me because, as an individual, unless you're using some sort of, mind altering techniques, whether it be for like NXIVM, they used, and I don't remember what the terminology was. I could probably go find it. But, it's almost like they were being hypnotized almost, but not fully being hypnotized. It's just another way of, basically hitting certain parts of your brain to block out certain things and make you not realize that what you're doing is not right. And it's fucked up shit. And it's one of those in which I find that shit intriguing because as a person, not saying that anybody couldn't be susceptible to it, regardless of your mental capacity, your education, it doesn't matter. Because some of these individuals, we're talking, billionaire heiresses and, freaking family members of high-powered politicians in multiple areas of the globe. So if they could do it to people like that, then, they could do it to any Joe Blow off the street type situation. But the fact that these individuals exist and they are able to convince these people to do things, it fucking blows my mind.
And that's what it was called, is Don't Fuck with Cats. I think on the internet, because I think it was something, there's a big backlash, like you threw a cat in a garbage can or something, and people caught on to it, and then you have these internet sleuths that start tracking stuff and putting pieces of this puzzle together, and there's a group, I want to say people in California. Now when he said that, everything starts rolling. It was like on this, like a Facebook group, I want to say. There might have been a woman in Texas and a guy in California, vice versa maybe, but they started like concocting this like theory and then putting all these pieces of the puzzle together. It was fucking good. So I'd heard it on my sports radio morning show, and usually their stuff that they watch, it's right in line with what I watch. So if they got a hot take on something, I'm like, I'll give it a chance because most of the time what they're watching is stuff I'd watch. Now, I'm not just going to go out and listen to like whatever The View or Good Morning America and we got this great new movie. No, you got a great movie because somebody's fucking paying you to because their actor or actress is there. That if they're talking about it just like, hey man, I watched this weekend, I watched like the hell's it, Joe Exotic thing. I'm like, okay, they are laughing and pissing themselves. I've got to go check this out. If I got to waste life, I don't care. I'm like, I'll go watch it. I am such a better person for watching that stuff. I feel so good about my life because I watched it. You didn't?
That's called killing brain cells.
If you met the people I worked with, those killed brain cells up there, they have to regenerate somehow. If they regenerate through that,
no. You subject yourself to too much of that, they don't come back.
Well, again, that was just 5-7 episodes. That's what we did. We watched 5 with the whole run of it, and basically started on like a Wednesday. Watched the episode because everybody had talked about it. Like, ooh, and then they talked about it. Like, well, you better jump in now while it's still sort of fresh. And yeah, it was interesting to say the least, especially when the dude. Again, if you've had people have had time. If this is a spoiler alert, but you've had since March, and a lot of people are in like a lockdown situation for basically a month. So if you didn't get Netflix and you haven't watched it, sorry about your damn luck. And the one guy's like sitting there at the computer, and the other dude's got like the gun to his head in the doorway, and he's like, "I'm gonna shoot myself." He's like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "Listen," and then he does it, and that dude's face, it's just like. That was the one that seemed the most normal. The guy that was like supposed to be the manager of the campaign, and I'm like, oh, how many? Just a whole slew of just disastrous outcomes for so many people.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to watch it. I used to get on my wife all the time for watching Duck Dynasty and freaking Chrisley Knows Best, and I'm like, babe, you are killing brain cells.
But that's the thing. That Joe Exotic stuff, that's like I said, 6 to 8 episodes. Get it done with, then you're done. You don't have, I don't want that Duck Dynasty. People like, I got the beard. You like Duck Dynasty? No, I don't. I don't want any of that garbage. The Joe Exotic, when you got the guy walking around the chain and I got a hot boss. What you doing over here? What you doing over here? That type of voice. It's like, that's interesting. The Duck Dynasty stuff, not so much. Gotta get caught up on comments here. I see some people have jumped in. I see Bart.
Spaced out on top of people's houses.
Oh, we're under a tornado warning. Didn't even realize it. They touched down about 8 miles up the road.
That's it?
I figured I would have gotten an alert on my phone because usually.
It's been going across the TV for the past.
What's going on, Bart?
Because, I mean, usually the alert things go off on your phone.
Yeah.
We're silent on the TV too. Hurry up.
Here I am in the middle of a podcast, didn't even realize 8 miles up the road. Oh, well.
You go out doing what you love.
There you go. Well, I didn't say that. Okay, I'm thankful for this. I don't love it, but I'm thankful. No, you can't call technical foul. You may be able to call timeout. But I will say, since we do touch on topics from time to time, I am thankful for you bringing me out of retirement and being a part of this. It has been absolutely enjoyable. I've been introduced to some great people, and the foundation has always been in something that you've always closed off every episode: building relationships. And as much as what Carlos gives me shit, I'm sure I'm like one of his besties in his own mind. But hanging out with these guys, hanging out with you guys, having the conversations, the jokes, the poking fun. I am truly thankful that we're still doing this and we're still enjoying it and having fun.
No, stop it. You cut that ball and garden. Damn him. It's not like you can even throw him in the thing.
So, on a serious note, I am.
That was the first one I had put down, friends, because as most people know, I've been around here for 10 years. You've been around now for 10 years. I think you were a little after me in that summer of 2010. A lot of people that we love have come and gone from making videos, and that's where I think it's a detriment to them. Again, life goes on in whatever way it goes on. That's fine. But think, at the beginning of the year, would you have thought, hey, by the end of the year, I'm going to know pretty much this whole new group of people, some sarcastic assholes and whatnot in there, and I'm going to call them friends because they're such a, like we had 2010. You didn't have I mean, I knew like 3 or 4 people when I came onto YouTube. One of them was Elon, the Pistons fan. He hasn't made a video in eons. So it wasn't like I got in and I'm like, oh, I know everyone. No, I had no fucking clue. You put yourself out there. And then
I can see Carlos actually saying what he just typed. How dare you, sir? How dare you?
But again, that was the thing. I thought of that was when I thought of that, I'm like, okay, that's the only 2 things I've got down on there are friends and then social media, because again, it goes with the some people that aren't on YouTube, but they're on Instagram. Amit, he's on Instagram. I didn't know him from anybody else. Carlos, I knew from nobody else. Jeremy from Sports Cards Live, didn't know from anyone else. JT, I knew of him, but I really didn't do much with him. Converse. Bob Lewis, we may have chatted a very finite amount. Mark, Stofe Investor, very finite amount. Vinny, Paul, Ty. I mean, we chat. Ty and I chatted a little bit here and there. This whole year, it's been messages blow up on Instagram from these guys. Messages blow up in the Facebook Messenger. We're talking all the time somewhere. And when I finally got you to answer your phone once in a while, it blew up there too. Matt, I was gonna say, Matt from the Essential Credential. I didn't talk to him at all before.
Anybody there?
Is there a fly in the camera?
Anybody there?
You have a fly swatter?
When I freaking answer my phone, when have I ever not responded to a fucking text message?
No, well, yes, but then losing your phone number and my phone getting kiped at the store, so I'm like, I'm trying to ask people, hey, what's Steve's number? And I'm like getting crickets. I'm like, somebody's got it. Why isn't anybody answering? Is he on like James Bond now, or he's
I'm on permanent hiatus.
yeah?
Guys, I am not a social media guy.
That's the
I've said it before. I'm a Facebook stalker. I'm only on it just to see the stupidity of other people. And I know that sounds really harsh,
oh, oh,
but it's I stay away from it. And it's not that I'm opposed to it. I just it was scary enough for me to even start making videos. I was on blog. I had a YouTube channel, but I was on blog long before I started making videos. And for those who actually have a YouTube channel, go back and watch some of my freaking old ones. They suck. My new ones suck, but at least there's a lot more comfort there. And the fact that I'm on a live fucking podcast of all things in this world. But, it was no different. I mean, I would go live on blog. I like this setup better to a certain degree from a co-host perspective because blog, you had a little small circle or whatever in the corner or whatever when you would co-host somebody. The only thing that was nice about blog TV is you actually could have moderators. So you had people who had control over the room as you're sitting here talking to people or whatever you're doing. And they could kick out people, they could ban people. It was one of those in which you had full control of the room. In situations like this, it's hard because you don't know. You have no control. Somebody could come in here and freaking just decide to go fucking rampant ape shit, and we just have to deal with it. And that's the one disadvantage to this platform. And that's, unless there's something that comes with a paid subscription or things along those lines, I don't know. Carlos could potentially add to that since I know he pays for his subscription. But it just not. We've been very fortunate to at least to this point to not have to deal with pricks and jerks and all the fun freaking enjoyable people that hide behind keyboards and everything else. At least the people we've attracted to this point, to this thing we call a podcast. I don't know if we want to even call it that. Two dudes talking, maybe, about whatever. We've at least got good people here.
mm-hmm.
So
Another one I didn't mention was I haven't seen him post it all tonight. We got Bart. He's been posting a little more too, and then Joe, Doctor Exclusive. He's been every once in a while he'll pop in, but then we see that one night Fight on 5-2. Then with Billy, Lester Griff, Brad 8671. So if I can say nothing else, I like at least trying to meld the old school and the new school because there's always been such a divide, most of the time unfairly against the new. And that's all right. I mean, if you can think that if you want. But if you don't do anything about it and you don't at least, again, you don't need to introduce yourself as like, hey, I'm whoever, I'm a YouTube Hall of Famer from the old school, and who the hell are you? Like the old Bart Simpson, I'm Bart Simpson, who the hell are you? you're going to miss out on a lot of people that are like-minded, probably in the same age range or older, maybe a little younger, whatever the case may be, just because you think because you've been on YouTube longer, you have some sort of status.
Seniority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to say, if you have questions about YouTube, ask me, because I've been on there forever. You've been on there forever. We've seen a ton of stuff.
A lot of people come and go.
Oh, tons. I mean, again, that video I did for Alex, Alex Bowman 53, I purposely got cards out of people that I haven't even talked to in years. Because I just want them, if they somehow stumble across it, to know that I remember them. I'd love to rekindle those friendships there, but again, I know life gets in the way. I know Ryan is busier than shit. I am 140. He's always just going. But I want him to remember, hey, I'm thinking about you no matter the change of the season. I still remember in that blog room of his, that time he told the story about his grandparents, or great-grandparents, being in a boat outside of the San Francisco Bay the night it burned, or that big earthquake in like 1911, 1909, that they were in a huge ship waiting to dock like the next morning. And they lost the boom because of the earthquake or whatever. And I'm like, stuff like that, which has nothing to do with cards, you still remember, because again, that person has the same traits and qualities you sort of can hook up with. It's sad to see those people go, but at the same time, if they got to go and they don't feel comfortable, or that they've gotten away from cards or whatnot, that's fine. I always say, make a video. Just show what the hell you're doing. I don't like when people wipe out all their videos. That
I hate that.
You're just trying to, for whatever reason. I mean, there's videos I know I should probably delete because I get negative comments on that, but I don't care. I have an opinion. You don't like my opinion, state it, but you're not changing my opinion.
Well, and Dave, we've said this before. We don't like the same people.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to think any different of you.
As I say, lucky I don't hate all people in Texas.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. But that's the thing. It's building true friendships is all about not agreeing with everything that's stated or liking the same people. That's the way it's always been for me. I could sit there and, talk about Michael, this film not yet rated. And, there's people that he likes that I'm not a fan of. And, there's people that I like that he's not a fan. I could do that with everybody that I consider friends.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't change my appreciation or my friendship with that individual. Everybody's got opinions, and that's fine. But just because Dave likes so-and-so and I can't stand the person doesn't mean that Dave and I aren't going to be friends. That's not the way shit works. You're not always going to like the same group of people that a friend likes. I mean, that's just the way that it is. And it's no different than our opinions of the hobby.
Mm-hmm.
We don't always agree. If we always agreed, then the conversations would be boring as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention this podcast would be boring as hell. Granted, we don't always talk about the hobby. There's a lot of things we do agree upon, but we have different reasons as to why we may agree. The reasons aren't the same. that's what makes things enjoyable. You don't want people that are like on your left testicle agreeing with everything that you're saying, because then it's like, do you not have a brain? Do you not have a mind of your own? And look at Carlos. Carlos is a smart ass, kind of a prick. He knows it, and he'll say it, and you can tell. But at the same time, Carlos is a good guy. You can tell he's a good guy. It's not a stick. I mean, he truly is a dick, but he doesn't play any different. Much respect, Carlos, and I'm using you as an example just because I can, because this is our show and I can do that. Since you always talk about me and hockey, this is our show, so I can do whatever the hell I want. You just agree with everything? You don't follow. Okay. So in other words, so I'm talking out the left side of my mouth. Is that what you're trying to imply there, sir? Just thought I'd ask the question. And I do have to ask the question here. Where the fuck did bingo come up in any of this conversation? I don't know if you've noticed this, Dave, but every time we turn around, there's a comment about the damn bingo card. Is there something going around on Instagram, Facebook of, what's going to be on the topic of conversation on the Insert Revolution podcast to actually get bingo?
I haven't seen any of that, thankfully. Because, I mean, if people are talking about that, that's... What did I read today? Oh, I read, like, Randy Quaid absolutely went pretty much off the deep end.
Let's not go into that. I caught that too, and I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?"
But I'm going somewhere with this. It's gonna loop.
Okay.
Again.
Okay.
And again, reading through I think it was on, I don't know what it is, that AT&T, whatever they're associated with, like the news, whatever news articles they pull from wherever, CNN, Washington Post, wherever it's from, Fox News, showed like the Twitter replies for Randy Quaid just absolutely being certifiable today. And one of the guys is like, well, I didn't have that on my 2020 bingo card, so I'm out on that one. So when I started seeing this, that's what I thought of. Because, I mean, I read that article an hour ago, maybe, if that. Or, well, I mean, before we started. So I'm like, that was fresh in my mind. I'm going to see him and, like, wow.
Just go back and try and find some of these. I was trying to see, where was the last one? I think, so remember to check off Steve attacks his webcam on the bingo card.
Well, there was this one too.
Yeah, I think sex slaves was also mentioned on the bingo card. Obviously, I'm missing something, because it's not just Carlos who keeps saying it. Obviously, Paul and Carlos have a thing going on here, because now he's telling me to stay off Instagram. What's the prize? I haven't seen anybody say bingo yet, so.
Yeah, it only goes up so far back in the comments, but yeah, it's.
I didn't read any of the comments pertaining to that article, but that guy's a freaking certified nut job.
Well, he pretty much cemented himself today that absolutely just legit batshit crazy. But yeah, that's where I saw that, and I'm like, okay, maybe everybody's reading this other one. I'm not sure, but
Carlos, we have a few hours. Type away. We just now surpassed the 2-hour mark. We've always gotten to at least 3 hours. The only time it wasn't 3 hours is when Matt graciously, filled in for me.
Yeah, and he only wanted to go an hour and a half, but I got him over that 2 hour mark. So
Well, hell, he only wanted to be on last week for like an hour, and we kept him on for 2.5, I think.
it's contagious. But once you start talking again, like we both mentioned, you don't have like an LCS to go shoot the shit or whatever. It's like you once you find people that you like talking with, conversing with, time just goes.
Okay, we haven't gone 5 hours yet, though, Carlos.
We've been real close. I think we were like 5-6 minutes under in one of them.
Maybe one of the first few,
Mm-hmm.
like 4 hours, 40 minutes, 45 or something along those lines. Smart ass. Somebody kick him out.
But yeah, the friendship thing, like I said, I didn't know. Basically, I knew Ty in here that who's a regular, but other than that, as the calendar turned to 2020, I'd never even heard of Carlos until I'd seen his video for a specific burning of cards video in mid-February. Amit, no clue. That Jeremy from Sports Cards Live, no clue. I think I'd seen Matt on there, and I may have watched some with Alan, Ghost of Zepho, from like last year, because I know Alan real well. I'm gonna go watch what he's on, and everybody else he had on there before, I'm like, I have no idea who they are. So it's like, okay, let's start finding some people. Again, I don't want to go away from YouTube because I like making videos, obviously. It's
When you
something
make them.
Huh?
What? When you make them.
Well, this past week I've had a few.
Okay, so for the first time in a while. But you've made your rounds. I got to give you shit from time to time, but you've been making your rounds. You've been on quite a few podcasts. Dave is becoming, YouTube famous.
Finally.
How well is that working out for you?
Oh, awesome.
Do you feel special?
That internet money, amazing.
Or lack thereof?
Either or.
Because you're paying for internet, so therefore it's actually you're spending money. You're not making money. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
It's a push right now. It's a push. But yeah, it's like I love and that'll be my catchphrase. Like I've said.
No, and again, it's and again. You say that more than like I said.
Somebody's gonna have to go back.
Yep, we need a we need a vote. We need a vote. So for those of you who are still here
And care.
We could say or give a shit. Care is, we'll go with and give a shit. What's the catchphrase? What's the catchphrase? Come on. Let's see him. To the 7 of you watching. 6. Hey, we did hit 15 though last week.
Yeah.
We did have our high count since we started doing this. Not that we're counting or anything.
No, it's fun to see those numbers go up because again, there it is.
See? Ty, you don't count. Ty's vote is disqualified.
I think it'd be a push. Because I'd say, I know I say them both, because even in my head, I'm sitting there and thinking, douchebag, you already said this about 40 times. If somebody's doing a drinking game, they're going to get thrown in the ditch because of alcohol poisoning, their stomach's going to be bloated.
Well, maybe that's what people are actually watching the archive for. It's the new drinking game.
I feel
Anytime.
bad. I feel bad for them. Really bad.
Anytime Dave says this or this, take a drink. Anytime Steve says this, take a drink. And then. No, and again. Sorry.
And again.
And then.
But,
And then.
The French, just knowing.
You'll be crawling to bed then, Carlos.
No, your bed is where you're going to be falling out of your chair. Just make sure you don't hit the microphone or the Madonna's.
Only one person has responded, Vinny. How can it be close? It's 1-0.
It's close, though.
Shut up, Dave. Technically, in the words of my kiddo.
Excuse me? I feel called out.
You are called out.
Why? Excuse you.
Technically,
Who gave you permission to call me out?
because I'm your father, I can do that.
That's not how this. Your name's not on my birth certificate.
Oh, that's true. That's right. I forgot.
Do I get a hug?
Of course you can. Love you.
Love you. But I want to hear y'all.
One was a rep. What?
I said I don't want to hear y'all's debate. I don't want to hear shit. Because she gave me that look like she's about to say something.
Wow.
I didn't give you a look. I looked at you.
It's getting deep.
Stop it. I will bite you.
They're getting aggressive in the kitchen over here. My wife is wielding a spatula.
I'm wielding my fist. Does that count?
Those cookies do smell good, though.
Do you want a cookie?
Not right now, but thank you. I will have some.
We're
Are
gonna
they
eat them all before.
No, we're not.
Do what, Dave?
Are they fresh out of the oven?
Actually.
Yeah, they're fresh out of the oven.
Oh, eat them. Fuck that.
Dave's like, fuck it. They're right out of the oven.
Oh, those are good. That's
He said he doesn't want one right now. Give him a napkin.
That's gonna burn your hand.
Stop it. Mother.
See, my kiddo thinks of me. My wife was just going to give me a hot ass freaking cookie and burn my hand.
At least I brought you a cookie.
what kind.
He also said he didn't want one right
M&M chocolate chip.
That really big.
Oh,
That is that one.
those are
now. He ate that thing on slow.
when you get like the chunky chocolate chip and it's fresh out and you get that goo.
Charlie, you're slobbering. Go away.
Oh.
Never say
I'll
that
mute so you
again.
don't hear me crunching.
Nom nom nom. If I had technological wizardry, I'd put like the Cookie Monster face right now on you. Cookie, nom 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 nom.
Here comes the bingo again. No, not cooking with Bronco Steve. Man, we can come up with all sorts of ideas. We got great marketing folks here. So one of the episodes, and don't even give it a title. I don't know. Just schedule it and don't put anything.
That's what I should do.
We'll see how many people show up. But we'll have to formulate the shirt. It needs to become a reality.
2 days, 3 days. I've been compared
Just
to
saying.
Reed and Sherlock more than once.
Just for y'all. Just for y'all. Much love. Much love.
No.
It's since I can't talk nomenclature, I mean, that hasn't come up in a long time, Dave.
But there was like 3 episodes in a row that you had it. And I think you used it a couple multiple times, and I'm like, does he have a bingo card in front of him? Where he's like playing at the table or wherever you're at right now, and you're like, I gotta use that to get a bingo.
Nobody has yet to get bingo though. So obviously we're doing okay. So it
No,
must be. Or they move? They move on the card. I don't know. That was before you came around, Carlos. That's before you realized I didn't know shit about hockey, and still don't.
Such modesty.
Ay, ay, ay. I hate you, Dave.
Not the first time I've heard that today.
I wouldn't admit to that.
Well, I'm comfortable enough.
I don't think I heard it from anybody today. Hey, Vinny. All y'all kiss my ass. Ay, ay, ay. I'm beginning to reconsider my being thankful for some of the people that I've met since doing this podcast. Carlos, Vinny. Bastards.
Yeah, that's.
I do have my moments. At least I'm not on my pedestal. Blah, 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 blah. Isn't that my normal intro line when Carlos is on these days? It's all right, Vinny. It's all right. I may be old, but my memory is still pretty good when it comes to things. I will not forget. Dave, write it down. Word for word. Don't leave out anything. And no, it's not Steven loves hockey. No. That's not what I asked you to write down.
My cursive is not up to par.
So in other words, we won't be able to read it? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, Maybe.
Ay, ay, ay. Dave, I really hate you. I am not thankful for you, nor this podcast.
Tear out your headphones and just go inside. You're like, fuck it.
I like it, Vinny. That puts a smile on my face. That puts a smile on my face. That's the stuff that makes it all worthwhile. Of course, I have to remind my wife that it's Tuesday and I have my podcast. Oh, shit, that's right. You have your podcast tonight. Wow.
You won't see you for the next 6 hours.
Wow. Well, she knows that, the TV has to be turned down. It's either TV's off or turned down a lot because the mic picks it up. But you also notice I try and mute a little bit more frequently just because of some of the side conversations in my house. Since my wife took over my office, I don't have a safe space to go. So I'm at the kitchen table, of course. But it's, oh yeah, I forgot it's Tuesday. Like, geez.
Yeah, putting the bow on the friendship thing. Most of the guys that have been in here before 2020 hit, pretty much before I'd say COVID hit even, I didn't really converse with at all or even know of. And then since pretty much me posting a little more on Instagram for the hockey pictures and doing more of the hockey stuff, and a lot of these guys are hockey guys.
Yeah, I know. What was I thinking?
That.
No, I haven't noticed at all. I thought they were just weird cards that showed, ice skating people, like figure skaters.
Skating people.
Yeah, like figure skaters or something. Yeah.
What is it? Apollo Ono or whatever, the old speed skater. Remember from the US.
Yeah, Apollo Ono, yes. Short track.
As I say, Tara Lipinski, Nancy Kerrigan, Tanya Harding, Michelle Kwan,
yes.
I didn't know if she was a gymnast or not. I was trying to remember because she's married to a guy. He went to St. Cloud State here in Minnesota. He played hockey, and I know Darby Hendrickson. That doesn't sound right though. I think it's a more famous old NHL player. But yeah, there's a few of them I remember, but
Of course, Vinny, I am a little disappointed. I'm just a guy from Texas. I don't have a name. I'm just a guy from Texas. No, we're not going to get a dissertation about freaking figure skating. I am a sports enthusiast.
yeah, when the Olympics is on and it's regular times, I'm watching whatever's on. Would I like to watch again? This is going to sound horrendous, but
And again,
there's a lot of it up here. So if it's around you, you're going to want to take more of an interest just to at least know about it. But curling, that's been up here forever because again, it's cold all the time. And one of the teams that's usually, and they won gold medals, and I don't remember when, if it was this last Winter Olympics, but it's the John Schuster rink, and that's out of Eveleth, and that's right next to Virginia. It's pretty much they're butted up against each other.
Yeah, cookies.
So that's a
New
big
York
fair away.
cookies.
So when curling's on, I'm watching, even though it's probably to most people the most boring thing you've ever seen in your life.
If
People
anything, they're my cookies.
throwing a rock down the
Actually,
face
not.
of
I
the ball,
bought them.
and then people
Oh
sweeping
no, it was so expensive.
filling the bowls.
Oh.
Really? That's what you want to watch? But I love watching the downhill skiing. Again, NASCAR style. I want to see somebody wreck. Because for me, I don't know how it doesn't hurt you when you hit those flags. You're trying to like curve through them flags. You punching?
They're hitting them with their hands. Most of the time, they've got the guard over their poles.
Because yeah, that I've watched that before, and I'm like, man, if they're just getting bopped on the shoulder, how in the hell are you not coming out of there torn up whatever vest or whatever? Like, good lord! So watching that's always fun, especially when those courses are like ice, and you can't even dig in to make those turns.
So you're more a Winter Olympics guy than you are a summer.
Yeah, again, when we have like 12 months of winter up here, it's tough not to be. I mean, I like watching the basketball, but I don't want to watch France play Tasmania in some basketball game because you know it's just going to be a bludgeoning. Or like Antarctica versus the U.S. Who's going to win? It's going to be literally penguins and polar bears against like LeBron James. So the track and field, I love watching that. Steeplechase, that's a very interesting situation to be in. I'm like, man, I can't even run on flat ground. Now you're throwing in like a little pool and hurdles. Yeah, just get the snipers out and take me out of my misery. Long jump. I mean, a lot of that stuff's fun to watch, but when you start throwing in like the competitions, like, oh, here's softball. I'm like, no, I don't want to watch that. Soccer. I don't think soccer there if it's just oh, they must. If it's exclusive with like the World Cup time, but still, World Cup watching that just because you've got pretty much half and half stadiums with ravenous people, that always helps. No matter what you're watching, if that audience is just stupid, ballistic, let's go. I don't care what I'm watching. But
That's what I played growing up as a kid. Football. That was my sport. That's pretty cool, though, Paul.
and I was gonna say, I'm trying to think if biathlon is skating, or no, skiing, and then the shooting. Because there's one of those that's interesting too, because you've got to maintain your stamina. You can't just be like blowing your load on like the cross country type skiing. You have to then go and shoot like a target at 100 yards or whatever it is, and those are the people that I really give the props to because man, that's tough to do. In just like, hey, I'm gonna go out and shoot a target. I can't hit it. Now you're gonna ski for like 2 miles up downhill using your arms, your legs, and now you're gonna try to steady yourself. I'd be wobbling quicker and more frequently than Michael J. Fox out there.
That's a little wrong, Dave.
What was it?
Yes, it was. Come on, man. The poor guy's got Parkinson's.
I thought he was just nervous.
You're so full of shit.
No, I took one of those before we came on.
I still need you.
I almost just spit out my beer. You ass. Ay, ay, ay. I think I'm going to go on permanent retirement. Guys, it's been fun. I've had a blast. But
My next video will be like a want ad.
co-host wanted.
See, that's I've got a lot of that, but I try not to allow it to show because I don't know how many people are just gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna totally back away from the situation and not even get myself wrapped up in this nonsense anymore.
Yeah, Dave's a little dark. Good. Go buy more.
Yeah,
Stay away from the 90s stuff. It's worthless.
garbage.
Shit sucks. It's horrible. It's not even worth it. Not even worth the cardboard it's printed on. Horrible stuff. It killed the hobby almost, man. Well, we're trying, Dave. Anti-invest. Only in the 90s stuff.
Yeah.
Or better yet, invest in the 90s hockey stuff.
Well, coming from a genius like you, I mean that's just obvious. I mean,
It won't impact my pocketbook.
so you say.
Nope. It'll hurt three of you on this. Hurt this other host over here and two people in the comment section at a minimum.
You'll get your own StreamYard channel, and we'll have like a 20-hour broadcast of you showing off your latest hockey nail day.
Yep, that's it. Mark that on your calendar for January 15th of 2085.
January.
I'll be dead, Dave.
20-hour hockey stream.
Yep. We'll be 120.
Never
Be
know
waiting a
what's
long
gonna
time.
happen.
No, I don't think I want to live that long. That's a cardinal sin. Even if it's junk wax, the junk wax era, there's still good shit out there, man. Amen. Oh, what? That's not. Never mind. No, I won't. I think that's what you guys want. I'm not going to give you what you want. Come on. It's not what I do here. You think I'm here for your entertainment? Oh, wait.
Maybe.
Damn it. So next week, Dave will be here by himself. We'll see how well that goes. You know, Dave, I'm the reason what makes this show what it is, man. Come on.
Oh, I know.
Just admit it. Just admit it. It's okay. People are here for me. They're not here for you.
Oh, I know. They see me everywhere else. They're tired of me. I know that.
Nah, I wouldn't go that far. You have definitely been making your rounds, which I have to give you props. You know, because we know you like to talk. That's not front page news. But the fact that A, you find the fucking time
No,
to do it.
no, that's the one thing.
Because I know your hours. I mean, I know typically you work early in the morning type situation. You're off kind of mid afternoon, but at the same time, if you're going to be on a stream, there's sometimes it's topics that you have to somewhat, mentally prepare for and stuff along those lines. Others, it's just random topics of conversation, like ours, for instance. You don't have to plan for this one. The fact that you actually mark down notes, it just blows my mind because I've yet to do that. Oh, maybe because I'm random. But then again, so are you. But on the flip side, I will give you props. You've gotten a little bit more out of your comfort zone over these last, let's say, few months, and getting yourself out there and having conversations, and being on multiple streams, and I give you mad props. That's the other reason why I won't go on Instagram or anything else along those lines. And most people don't know my last name, Dave. Don't say anything. So it's not like they can find me on Facebook. If I'm not on Instagram, they can't DM me. So I'll stick with our podcast.
The thing, I don't think you have to have your last name for Instagram. You don't have. I'm pretty sure of that.
Well, for Facebook, they would have to know my last name. And that's the only social media I'm on outside of YouTube.
Yeah. When I think about Instagram, is you can just put the picture up, write a few things about it, write how much you want about it. You don't even have to write anything. You just hashtag Terrell Davis or whatever it is, and be done with it. Where
that requires work.
not much.
Or in the words of my kiddo, effort. No, I'm not suggesting, Carlos. I'm telling you. There's no suggestions about it.
Yeah, I don't know. And for me, I still have like 20 pictures on the phone. Plus, I got to take a ton of everything I showed tonight. I haven't taken a picture of that yet. So I need to do that. I don't like to flood the feed like I used to. I mean, I put like 15, 20 pictures up at one shot. Because Matt, HerdFan87, would be like, when I see one of your pictures on there, I know I'm going to have like 30 more to go through. And it's fun to do that, but at the same time, and not that I want 80 likes, 100 likes, people commenting, because I'm just showing cards I got. If people are like, oh man, this dude collects what I collect, that's awesome. I'll try to connect with him. That's fine. I don't need a fucking million likes on a goddamn picture of a bro dur. That does nobody any good. It's not like, oh man, they like the card I've got. Who cares? Unless it's somebody that actually wants to like, hey, why do you like this card, or what do you think about this card? And then it becomes more of something that I care about. But I just push like on stuff like Carlos puts Madonna. I'm like, I like the card. If Joe Blow put it up and I saw it, I'm like, I'd like it too because it's a cool card. But it's more impersonal, I'd say, with posting. But it's more personal because you can find people that actually care about the shit you collect and be like, okay, hey, I've collected TD for 20 years, whatever, and I'm thinking about getting out. I just don't have the energy or time or will to fucking trudge on. That maybe there's something you need, and I, shockingly, I haven't found any of that yet, which is disappointing because I'm hoping some brodeur collectors like I'm dumping my stuff. I see you collect them. Here's what I've got. Nope, can't get that lucky, but it's fun where it's a lot less drama filled than like Facebook, where if you posted something on like a page, you'd have kickback or feedback. Oh, it's a PSA 9. Well, why couldn't you afford the 10? Or you get a Bowman Platinum show. Well, what the fuck's the Topps update one? You should get that one. That's the key rookie. Like, shut the fuck up. Maybe I don't like the Topps update. Maybe I think the Platinum's a better value now. And it's very graded wise. I'm sure it's like a 10-to-1 ratio of whatever grade the top grades are. So I like.
So you've got people sitting there trying to dictate what people should collect.
Which is shocking. I mean, I don't think it happens anywhere.
No. So Carlos, I do have a question. Because I know you brought it up. Pretty sure it was Sunday. Because Carvin popped in, and you had mentioned that you had sent a couple questions. Did he respond? By the way, and was my question included in said questions? Just out of curiosity, I know that was a few episodes ago, but you had mentioned that you would reach out and see. Those would be the paid followers. Oh, is that a thing too on Instagram? Can you pay for followers?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that I'm guessing on every social media platform that's going to be somehow available, from TikTok to Twitter to Snapchat, or I don't know, MySpace.
Oh, no worries, Carlos. I was just curious because I know you had mentioned that you would reach out, and then like I said, you mentioned it on Sunday that you would send them that email with a few questions. So it's not like I'm holding my breath waiting for an answer, but I am curious to know. Oh, Vinny, so just like us, we get paid for all the valuable information we provide, right?
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to.
Oh, I
There's
forgot. Ours is free. We haven't rolled out the subscriptions yet.
so I got a seller offered a discount on the card, and I didn't even see it up there when I went through a previous search. And when I looked, I think in a specific year I'd seen it, and I'm like, ooh, because I know how tough they are to find for baseball. Football, not so much. But I'm like, fuck, now I'm gonna have to make a decision on that. God.
So what card is it? Or
It's
do
a
you
it's a brodeur. I want to make the decision first before I
understood?
give
I wasn't going to request that you divulge
Give
if
me
you
the card number. Give me the set number.
No, 'cause- because I do so many hockey searches. Let
I
me
know.
tell you.
I mean, I'm trying to text you, and you're like, "Hey, man, I'm in the middle of like a 400 card hockey search. I can't be bothered for the next 2 hours." I'm like, okay. Understandable.
Yeah, I think you have me mistaken with somebody else. I can show you what my past searches are on eBay.
I can't. Well, yeah, I'm sure it's like Ziggy Palfy and Marty Turco, Eddie Belfour,
No.
Joe Newendike.
No, it's Mike Madonna because I'm trying to bid up Carlos so he has to pay more. Those are my most recent searches, and you can see who's at the top. Believe it or not, there is a 2002 Topps Chrome search in here.
Well, you said you were not far off, I don't think, from the set. So
Yeah, I need to pull it out of the closet and actually note. No, I'm going after the big ones, Carlos, because you're in the '90s niche. So I'm finding those really rare ones, and I'm making sure you pay for them. Do it on purpose, just to piss you off. Yeah, I'm that guy.
building friendships, everyone, building friendships.
Oh, is that what we call that? I thought that was tearing down friendships. Those aren't the big ones, Carlos. I'm not dumb. Just saying. I know what Dave pays for some of his brodeurs and his Roys. So, and I'm sure Vinny's paid pretty good money for his Lamux. Since I know so much about hockey. Patrick Roy. For the longest time, that's what I thought it was. Shows you how much I know about hockey.
Well, simple mistake. Simple mistake.
Let me go see if I can find the 2002 Chrome.
I watched the 95. Somebody had a 95-96 Z team set break. So it was like about 20 minutes left. I'm like, I'm just going to watch where this WA goes. Just because. Reason.
Hashtag Carlos.
Yeah. The fucking went for 128.
Oh shit! I can't even get to the damn binders. Well, that was a scratch that idea. I've got my bubble mailers sitting on top of the binders. Oops. If I could ever get my wife would ever have to go back to work, could take back over my office and actually maybe start sorting stuff. Oh yeah, those '90s cards of Lamux, those are like pennies on the dollar, real cheap, super cheap.
Nick, what's going on, man? What's new down in Carolina? Yeah,
Sorry, I'm doing a little house cleaning. picking up my empty beer bottles.
Wow. Cling, cling.
Well, it's 1 an hour, give or take.
You've got to stay hydrated. Just say that. Maintain your level of hydration.
So the goal is to eventually have a podcast where Dave is actually drinking something. Then it could get really interesting.
That's the best part about the waking up early.
I didn't say you had to do it the whole night. Start off, have a few.
You may have. He's the Bronco 79 on YouTube. He's been around 10 years, so I'm sure at some point you guys have crossed paths.
Yeah, I know Mick. Not personally, but
Yeah.
I know of.
Yeah, you may have never met him because I think we met at one of the RBI crew deals, like the pre-nationals. He came over from Carolina up through Louisiana, I want to say.
Believe it or not, I think when was it? Saturday or Sunday? I was perusing the tube, and one of Mick's videos popped up. The one for the man cave.
Mm-hmm.
It's got like a few million views on it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I sat and watched it. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that seems like ages ago, and that was only 2016, I think.
I can't remember. 4 or 5 years, I think, or what it said it was posted.
Yeah.
I could probably go look and see.
Yep, 2014.
See, I was closer than you, Dave. I said 5 years.
It happens. Every once in a while, a blind squirrel finds a nut.
Keep telling yourself that, Dave. Keep telling yourself that.
I tried to. Because I think we met in 2016 what would it have been? April and May at Ryan's. Yeah, good having you here, man. Good having you here. Yeah, just talking cards, talking pretty much everything else too. I mean, there's never really any rhyme or reason. We try to stay on topic, but again, that's more or less glossed over until the next episode, and then like 8 episodes down the line, and we'll eventually tie a bow on it and put it away.
Call it done.
Yeah, it's basically like the old blog. Just sit here and ramble, interact, and call it that. Basically, that. But yeah, I'm trying to think the friends, because again, most of the guys that we know from here didn't know at the beginning of the year. And again, that's always the fun part when you start meeting these new people. It's like, okay, I see you commenting on my stuff, on that stuff. Well, it's good seeing you, man. Take care. Hope everything's good down in Carolina for you, especially during these odd times and everything going on.
Yep. Take it easy, Mick. Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see you down the road at some point, I'm sure.
I was trying to see, looking through my history. Because I know I watched it recently. I was trying to get a date range.
Absolutely, Mick. That like Carlos with the burning video response and seeing him reply to that, and then sort of have the same thought process as I had, because I mean, again, it wasn't about burning the cards, it was about telling somebody else what to buy with their money. Like, finally, somebody else gets it, and I'm like, I've never even seen this guy, and he's got a ton more subscriptions than I do. I'm like, okay. Well, we'll put him on the radar to see what goes on there, because again, I don't know him. And that's when you start finding, as much as that YouTube Hall of Fame contest bullshit gets destroyed, the one good part about it is you start to see some other people that you've never seen before. That's the one good part, because you're like, okay, this guy's making their video, this chick's making their video, whoever it is. Like, oh, okay, this guy seems, he's got some sense of humor. I'm like, oh, well, let's go back in the archives and start watching. I don't need to watch the full catalog, but at the same time, I want to watch a couple of videos and see maybe this is somebody I can get into. Not literally, but figuratively. So it's helped me find a lot of folks on here that otherwise I'm sure would have taken me longer to find. Johnny Tradition, down to earth collector, like old stuff too, sort of appreciates a lot of stuff. Bob Lewis, another one. Mark, at first with Mark, I had no idea what the hell I was watching. Most of the time now, I still don't know what I'm watching with him, but you can at least pick up some semblance of a single thought. At the beginning, I was like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing watching some of his stuff. But that's the fun part about that contest, is as polarizing as it is, as trivial as it is for somebody that hasn't been making videos forever to be the judge of, like, or the commissioner, as it were, of a fucking social media community, as asinine as that can be. At least if people really want it, they'll put something out there and at least show you something. And that allows you to at least sort of peek into their lives. You don't have to sit there and be like, well, I've got my little badge, I'm gonna fucking strut down the street like John Travolta and what is it? Not Boogie Nights. The fuck's the movie? I can't even think of it. Saturday Night Fever. It's like, I'm not gonna strut down there listening to Bee Gees. Like, people are gonna be looking at me like, oh, he's in the YouTube Hall of Fame. You can get the shit kicked out of you, but still.
That's one thing I miss about a lot of the sub contests, though, because that was another way to find other individuals. It wasn't something about those people, comment below that I'm in to get spots and everything else. Those that got creative to, video responses, and you may be subscribed to one person, and yet they make a response video for a sub contest, and it's like, oh, well, this guy's checking out so and so, maybe I'll go check him out. And that was, that's where a lot of that interaction came into play back in our prime years.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we kind of stumbled across some people, was either through sub contests, or yes, there were those situations in which through care packages.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody get a care package from somebody, and it's like, interesting. Let me go check them out and see. And what's interesting, of course, though, back in those times, there were a lot of people that had channels that may have commented or sent stuff, but they didn't make any videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I will say
that weren't lurking, but I mean, they were commenters, but they just didn't want to put their face on camera.
Yep. I mean, you had a guy like Steve Mayadep, who I met in Houston. Freaking laid back dude. I think he made maybe 2 or 3 videos, but he was always around, always on blog, always commenting on videos. It was just one of those that he was always around. But I would have never met him if it wasn't through interactions with Ryan,
Mhm.
RBI Crew. So it's interesting how kind of all that stuff kind of intermixes and intertwines, and you come across people and you you form those relationships, and you hope that they stand the test of time, so to speak. But as we get older, life does get in the way. Let's be realistic. Whether it be work, family, kids, whatever, it happens. And I know a lot of people say it doesn't take a whole lot of time to make a video. And in a lot of cases, that's an accurate statement. But at the same time, you don't want to feel like you're being rushed to make something just to get something out there. You want to make sure you put forth the effort, especially if it's because somebody sent you something,
Yeah.
to where you don't have interruptions, or you don't, you're sitting here trying to make a video or whatever, and you got a bunch of chatter going off in the background. You want to make sure you put forth the effort and give all the
Respect.
focus. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Which is why most of my videos typically were always later in the evening.
Mhm.
Back in my prime, it was like when everybody else was asleep, because at that point in time where my wife worked, she was up at the butt crack of dawn like you are. So she would always go to bed early. I would be up late hanging out on blog or anything along those lines. And it's like, oh shit, I need to make video. So that's when I typically would make them. 10:30, close to 11 o'clock at night. Now it's like I wait for the house to be empty because I'm stuck here at the kitchen table. I can't even go into my office and set my laptop up to do a video because my wife has her 2 monitors and everything else that just don't work.
I see he changed his YouTube name. I had
Yep.
no clue.
Yep, I noticed that the other day too.
I was like, oh.
Yep, I noticed that as well. There was some good people. Then there were some not so much.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no different though. People come and go for whatever reason, and everybody has their reasons, and I'm not going to pass judgment on anybody by any stretch of the imagination. But it sucks because there were some really good people, and there were some that just kind of disappeared, and nobody heard anything from them again. And it makes you wonder, were they in it for the right reasons type situation? I mean, you kind of start second guessing for those individuals that you try and think are really in the community and the hobby to build the friendships and things along those lines. Did people get duped? I'm sure they did. I'm not going to speak of any. Not those kind of reasons. not your trademark reasons. But like I said, did people get duped? I'm sure at some point there were some that did. Like I said, I'm not going to say any names because it's there's 3 sides to every story. There's each side, and then there's the truth.
Mhm.
So it's one of those in which it's hard to know for sure what's accurate. You always want to, believe your friends, but at the same time, you don't know. It's unfortunate. I will say that there's a lot more in the community than back in our heyday, if you really think about it. The YouTube community as a whole, even though it's segregated, I guess, if you want to call it that, you have your one subset, you have, your other subset, then you have your true collectors, that type of stuff. It has grown. I mean, you look at when we were on it so frequently and on Blog TV, it's nowhere compared to what it is now. There are so many more people, it seems, than what there ever was in our prime.
Mm.
Show me the paperwork, Carlos, because I'm going to call bullshit.
Yeah, because even if you didn't know someone, you started seeing like, okay, like AR Platinum would be posting on like, I'm trying to remember the name. It's like Ardell 444, or Cowboys fan would post on Starvin Marvin, and you'd see the same people, and you'd see maybe a couple different other ones, and it's like at least you knew pretty much everyone. Not saying there wasn't times where you're like, oh, who the hell's this dude, or who's this chick, whatever. But most of the time, you recognized names. Now, again, that sucks now because some people have done away with their YouTube handle and it's just like their real name because it's uh, routed through Google. But when you saw the same names, it's like there weren't surprises. Like now, I'll look and I'll say it. I'll look at like Mike's baseball card collector. I'll look through like his comments to see who these people are. Fuck, I don't even know 85% of them. I'm like, I've never even heard of you people. Back then, that was unheard of to have, let's say, 50 comments, 40, 42 of them. You have no clue who these people are. It's like, no, you know 45 of them, and there might be 5 that you're like, that's a weird person. Who are you? And you go to their page, just joined within the last month. They don't have any videos up or whatever. They're subscribed to like 8 people. Now that seems to be like a lot of the case where you've got just people hanging back for whatever reason. Some interact, some don't. It's so when people say like that sports card stuff on YouTube is dead, well, maybe because everybody you are subscribed to hasn't fucking made a video in 5+ years. That's the problem. Again, if you want to remain just loyal to those folks, whatever, but your experience won't be nearly as enjoyable as it could be. Yeah, there's frustration, but there's frustration in fucking every aspect of life. It's not just going to YouTube, oh, I'm pissed off at Mike, I'm pissed off at Jab's family, or all these other douchebaggy type numbnut, cum guzzling dick nuzzlers. It's like, at the same time,
Bingo!
no.
Thanks, Dave. You put me over the top. What do I win? Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself.
I know right now wax is tough to find.
No, I don't want Upper Deck MVP.
You win a fat pack of 2020, 2021 Upper Deck MVP hockey. I know, you're shaking your head in disbelief. It happened.
No, I just I'm still waiting for my Reese's pumpkins.
I've got them. I found again. It's always I'm looking for. I've got like a huge stack of stuff for other tubers, other people, collectors that I'm close with. And like your TDs are in there, some stuff for Michael, I think some stuff for Joey, for Micah, Tom, Hudson fan. Trying to think who else. I don't think I've got any Madonnas that Carlos doesn't have, so that pretty much negates that. And if I sent it to Canada, even though I'm like a few footsteps away from Canada, probably take 6 to 8 weeks. So you could probably send that out, tell him to request his ComC shipment, get some wagers on what's going to get there first. So, but I've got them. Don't worry. And I know you want them in a timely manner, so they went for like next Halloween.
Yes, I wanted them before the end of the year, Dave. That's what I mentioned when you showed them.
We'll get them. Don't worry. It's Christmas time. You need to make a video. So if you can't make another showcase one anytime soon, you'll make that. So.
I missed out on an opportunity this past weekend.
Well, and even if you've got the time, there's times when you're just like, fuck it, I don't want to do it. I just want to sit. I just want to fucking relax. Because again, if you're not into it mentally, it's like, well, there's this. You'll stumble over the words, or you'll just come off as like you're not really paying attention. Or you don't have to sit there and be like, man, I got this card and I spent X amount, and I remember where I got it, and then when you are into a video, people can tell, and if you're not, people are just like, oh, if he doesn't care, why the fuck am I going to waste my time on something that he doesn't care about?
Well, it's just I also know the length. It's because the next few years they're going to be long,
Mm-hmm.
and it's one of those in which, like I always say, I have my cheat sheet because I don't always remember all the names of a lot of them, and I want to make sure that I'm saying it correctly because that would be the worst ever. Let me do a PC showcase, and yeah, this is the 1997. Yeah, I don't remember what this is. This is the. Oh, I don't remember what that is. That kind of defeats the purpose, right?
Yeah, it's a playoff card. Playoff. Oh, great.
Yeah, it's. But I know because what 97 was 30 something minutes, 37, 38, something like that. 98 is more cards, so it's probably going to be 45 ish. And then when I start getting into 99 and 2000, 2001, I mean, they're probably going to be an hour long. And there's nothing I can do to shrink that up unless I'm like going like so quick that it kind of defeats the purpose too. I mean, I need to make a pickups video. I've been needing to do that for a while. I mean, most of the folks that are, that'll watch the video, they already know some of them because I've shown them during the podcast. But I know I need to do that too. And like I said, it's a lot harder these days because I want to make sure I have that, I can devote that time and don't have the interruptions.
Yeah, I try to put them out. I don't play very hard, but I want to get at least one out a week. But I don't want to have it like every day I've got videos up. A, because I know I'm boring. B, because I know once you start having like videos all the time, it's nice if it's somebody you really want to watch. And again, I just the way I feel. If I'm watching me, I'm probably falling asleep. Or I'm like, God, this guy's going on another fucking rambling, derelictual rant. That when is he going to be committed? Why isn't anybody committing him? what is going on?
Yeah, I have to admit, Dave, I watch your videos when I want to fall asleep.
Most people should.
I'm kidding. These days, I watch, and yes, I'm not a technology idiot by any stretch of the imagination, but I finally figured out how to push YouTube to my TV. I don't have a smart TV in my bedroom.
Okay.
Okay. So it's not like I can just go to YouTube on my TV because it's a smart TV. But my internet service provider has YouTube built in as one of its apps. And I've never bothered to search or anything along those lines. So I finally figured out how to sync my, I can't say I finally figured it out. I was like, oh shit, man, I can start watching YouTube on the TV. So of course I set it all up. 95% of the videos I watch these days, they're streaming on my TV in my bedroom.
Yeah, that's been one of the best technological things to have the videos available on a TV. Because I liked watching them on the laptop. Don't have one of those anymore. Try to watch them on the phone, no matter who it is. You get like 8 million ads, and you watch it on the TV. It's unless it's something that's like ultra high end subscribers, then you might get an ad once every video, but once every other video. But I can just sit there and watch stuff without being interrupted right on the TV, and I get to see it because again, trying to look at a small screen than looking at a smaller picture of a smaller card. It's like, no, I need something where it's magnified like 10 times. I can see it on a 50-inch screen or whatever it is.
Yeah, you need to ask for a laptop from Santa.
I know.
So, we can actually start leveraging the share screen on certain occasions. Not that it happens frequently, but we know it's an option. We definitely have that option. I like that last one. That's why I signed up for informed delivery. So I know when stuff is going to hit the mailbox. What's also interesting is I find out what my wife also orders. Since I'm usually the one that gets the mail. Been quite interesting to say the least. It's like, all right, babe, what'd you order? Huh? What? Well, I know you ordered something. How do you know I ordered something? Well, I looked at the checking account. It's crazy. At least I'm not, of course, back in my prime years. If my wife only knew how much money I spent, I'd be dead.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would be a dead man. The only saving grace, I guess, was the short time I was selling boxes and getting a percentage off of the shop owner, because I was, leveraging a lot of that to buy stuff for the sets and picking up TD stuff. So it was a less of an impact. But there was some times in which I was like, How much did I fucking spend? Oh shit. Oops.
Try not to let those moments happen. Again, if something comes up, then you pretty much put everything else in the back burner. Like there's a big TD that's up at auction, and it's sort of floating around the not even what you'd pay max, but I mean if you're 2/5, like half your max, there's like a day left. You're like, okay, or 2 days left. You're like, okay, I gotta some of this other stuff that might be cheap right now if I've seen it before and it's been a couple times I've seen it and it's recent. Yeah, you can let it go and just be like, oh, I want to make a run at that. I want to make a run at this. Something you don't see all the time. Then if you don't win the ones that are like, oh, here's a bunch of stuff that I won for like 25, 30 each. Okay, there's four of those. Well, now I'm at like 100 to 120. That takes a chunk out of whatever I was gonna buy. Because again, a lot of us, most of us, don't have that just never-ending supply of money and resources. So again, I won't say it's tough to justify some of those big purchases, but at the same time, you don't want to just go completely balls out constantly and dig yourself that unclimbable hole to get out of because you just fucking won 30 cards this week and that's like $840. And like, oh, this will be an interesting challenge.
Yep. And that's where the biggest challenge is these days. Is I have to be extremely selective
Mm-hmm.
because I don't want to miss out on those one in a chance type opportunities. You know, the one collection that I bought early in the year. You know, the person from Germany. It's you know I always say I kind of have a small stash for some of those situations, but at the same time, that's not something that I can always dip in frequently. So
Mhm.
it's very very selective. I mean, I sent you the the PMG.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, damn, bad timing. Did it go for? At least it gave me an idea of what to think about in the future, knowing that it would have to be my bid would have to be more than what it sold for. Of course, it still gives me an idea, and it's something that I can somewhat plan accordingly to
Mm-hmm.
from that perspective. But the time has to be a little bit late for that, Dave.
Well, I think most of us that are here know this by now.
They do, but I thought it was interesting. I was like, now he puts it up.
Nearing the end, yes, but
Then again, we're random. This needs to start being called hashtag random
random.
podcast. All right, and or maybe I don't even remember who said it. Hashtag insert. So insert word here.
Yeah, insert and just like a series of underscores. That's it.
But I have been so super selective these days, and it's paid off for me this year because I've been able to add quite a few big cards to the collection. I mean, I finally got my precious metals,
Mm-hmm.
something that I had been missing for a long time and should have done a long time ago, and still paid more for mine than what others have sold for. But I'm not bitching. I'm not bitter. It's I got it. I'm happy. I love it, and it's one of those that I put in my top 10 of what I consider iconics. It's a big card, and the other big card I got. I still haven't spoiled it with anybody else. I haven't shown it on here. You and Michael are the only two that know about it because I want to wait. I want to get it in the video and force people to actually watch a video because it is. I mean, it's a big card and it's uber rare.
Yep.
And for those who are going to ask, no, it's not the one that you may think it is. Which that one got relisted too, by the way. So it's still out there. If it's up there the first part of the year, that may be the first big pickup of the year. Just saying.
Well, I could figure too. People making those videos about like goals. It's like I'd like to pick up UVWX, Y or Z. Close, Paul. You're close. I don't know how Meat would feel about that though, with that being his wheelhouse, because I don't know if he'd pick up a Terrell Davis at any point in time in his collecting career. If he did, I'd be very stunned. But that's why it's always nice to make those videos. Make like a top 10, top 15 want list and be like, hey, if I can pick up 4 of these this year, knowing that's going to cost a significant chunk of money, no matter what that is to you, if that's $50, $100, $250, whatever it is, like I know I'm going to have to pay for them. If I can get out of the top 5 or 6, if I can get one of those, and between 6 or 7 through 15, get like 3 of those. And that's the thing. If it doesn't have to always be stuff that you see. I mean, I always like that. Even in the video, if you want to say, man, if I haven't seen U, W, and Z, but if I see those, it might change the order or the importance of trying to go after them because I know the rarity on top of the price. Maybe the price is higher. It's like, okay, but I don't see it ever. Yeah, it's never a concrete list. It's a fluid, ever flowing list because, again, with like the precious metals, I saw 2 Brodeurs, I think, in like a span of a month and a half, if not less of a time. I'm like, okay, they're coming up pretty quickly, and then for like 4.5, 5 months, again, not having a lengthy history, looking for him, you see the next one, you're like, okay, you know it's one you want, you know it's one you're gonna have to pay for. People are gonna be scared by the stupid high price, but it's got the best offer option. Just offer 10% more what the last one went for because it's already graded. Not that you want it, but it's just more protected. Do that. Got it. I'm happy. Did I pay more than the last one? Yeah. Did I pay, I'm trying to think roughly what it was, 70 maybe bucks more than the previous one? Yeah. But it's graded. I don't have to worry about it. And the best part I could do, cross it off the list. It's done. So and it's never, I mean, there'll be some cards that'll always be the 1, 2, 3, somewhere in there, just because again, everything aligns the way it should. It's like, okay, and I think you've got the one because I'd asked you about like a totally certified, like a gold. You're like, okay, I've got that. That's one that I don't have a Brodeur. That would be one of my top 3 or 4. So with that, I think you're going to always have some near the top. Then that 4 through 10, one day that 4 might be a 4. A month later, you might be like, okay, that drops down to about an 8 or 9. So I like it, but I mean, a couple of these other ones I've seen copies somewhere else. I'm like, I really would like to get my hands on one of those. So again, you don't ever put the list in like this has to be the list. This has to be 1 through 10. Nothing moves. It's not like it's not like it's a college football poll basically. Everything can move at some point or another. You just don't know.
Yeah, my tops, the top on my list haven't deviated in years. And it's going to be one of those in which one of those or two of those, it would be like the only purchase of the year. Just saying. Because people want stupid money for it. And it's because you don't see them. And the only one that probably is more attainable is 97 Essential Credentials. There's been one up there that's a 9 for a while. And it's a buy it now best offer. But, a 97 PMG Red graded a 9, I ain't paying $2,000. I ain't paying $1,500. I ain't paying $1,000. I ain't paying $800. I get the rarity. I get it, but there is such a thing as stupidity and asking price, and there are certain in situations like this, and I've alluded to this before. When you do things like that, that to me indicates you're not really wanting to sell something. If that's the case, then why would you put it up? It's either that or you are so fixated on what you think something should be worth compared to what the market actually dictates. And I get from a PMG perspective, there isn't a lot of history on Terrell Davis PMGs Red from 97. I get it. But at the same time, it's like, okay, you keep listing it and you're listing it that high, and that means it's still costing you money, because when you get over a certain dollar value, it is costing you to list it.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, maybe you need to rethink. So is that one of the tops on my list? Absolutely. But I even have a cap of what I'm willing to. Now, if it was a green, different topic of conversation. Much different topic of conversation. But a red, some people need to have a dose of reality. But then on the flip side, I mean, a 98 sold for $500, which personally I think is a little high.
Let's say, hypothetically, that green pops up auction-wise.
I'd be calling in favors from a crap ton of people. No, they are not. I don't live in a small town like Dave does. I'd be reaching out to friends. I mean that'd be the only way. Yeah, well, now we have a new hashtag. I mean that would be the only way.
Bingo card?
I already called bingo.
That doesn't mean there's spots that aren't empty.
Mine was blackout. I win.
Hey, it's 2020. Don't be saying that type of stuff.
Well, that's what it's called. I'm not wrong.
For me, would you consider, again, that thing comes up, you're like, oh shit. You've only got X amount of funds, you've called the tribe, you've called in everybody, you're like, I can only muster up X amount. Would you consider selling some TV stuff? Again, even the rare 101 like the finite, but it's not a playing day thing where this, and again, I know you don't completely focus playing day versus ultra modern versus retired years or whatever. Would you even consider that? If it came down to like, oh man, I gotta fucking sell like a, I think you got like a 2014, 2015 Super, the finite, maybe a couple other super high end type ones that you've got to fund a chase for that. But the problem with that is like, okay, it's on auction. There is that chance you don't win it. Would you be more willing to sell that stuff? Maybe, let's say if you had you agreed to the seller's price in like a best offer scenario, then you're like, give me X amount of days. I'm gonna get you paid, but I've got to move some stuff around to get to this point. I've got X in the bank or whatever. I've drummed up funds from my friends or whatever. I've got to get this much. I can get it. It's just going to take a couple days to try to finagle and like work the wires or work the phone lines, basically. What would you do in like that type of scenario?
Man, that's tough. That's tough. It would be easier for me to part with the newer short numbered stuff
Mm-hmm.
than it would be for what I consider the prime focal point. So which would be through 2014.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's where the bulk of my one-on-ones are anyways. Would it be hard, especially to part with the two finites? Yes. Do I think I could probably get more than what I paid for them? I think I could, which would be an added benefit. But if my only option to sell stuff, honestly, I would probably part with anything in a college uni before I would in a Broncos uni. Because I've got some nice stuff in, his Georgia uniform. So I would have an easier time parting with some of that stuff than I would more so than the finite. Because those two finites they're beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's one of those in which going up on auction, it would be hard to try and collect the funds because you just don't know.
Yep.
But if it was something in which somehow, shape, form, or fashion, there was a defined price point and I knew what I would have to work towards, something definitely it would be difficult, but for something like that, I would find a way. And I would try and find a way without parting with anything.
Well,
At
yeah.
least in the Trail Davis collection. I have other stuff that I would rather try and get rid of or part with because depending on the number of cards you would have to sell out of said PC, in order to fill one void. Granted, it's huge. It's still a tough call.
But yeah, that's. I figured that'd be just a pertinent question because again, if something like that popped up and like auction, yeah, I'd be in the same boat where I would not want to sit there and start parting and selling, make like 5, 6 deals, and then you've got a price in mind, you've got your high bid, and then you've got if worse comes to worse, and you're just forced to bid. Let's say that's like 2,800, whatever. I know it might go more. And then you're like, okay, you watch it. There's like 2 days left, and you saw it in the morning. It was at like 800. You look in the evening, it's up to like 4,500. You're like, oh fuck. I know. I get, but that's the thing. It's like instead of now you've sold all this stuff,
Yep.
and you're like, then it's just like a double-edged sword you're falling on. Like, so yeah, that with the buy it now best offer, you can work it out in the private sales. I think a lot more wheels can be turned there. Because if you do it in like an auction form, you're just like, oh, I sell this shit. What's gonna happen if I lose? I'm gonna be fucking steamed because
Oh yeah.
you part from the collection and you don't get what you sold everything for.
I mean, for something like that, and like Vinny kind of alluded to, if the opportunity presented itself and I knew what it was, then that would definitely be a conversation that I would have. And I would hate to have to dip into our savings type situation. But, for something like that, that would definitely be a conversation that I would have. Or, it's one of those in which I have other means to where it'd be like, hey, loan me X amount of money, I'll pay you X amount every month for the next X number of months type situation. Not that I would want to do that either, but at the same time, for something that's that significant and you may never had the opportunity again type situation, you kind of call out all the stops on that one. There's nothing that you wouldn't potentially look at as an option for something like that. And I'm not going to jinx myself by any stretch of the imagination, because the minute I say, let's hope that it doesn't happen anytime soon,
Yeah.
that would be the time that it would. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's no different that I didn't expect to see one of the cards I picked up recently. And I misspoke. It's 2 of 5. There's 5 of those parallels,
Okay.
not 4. And there was a listing before that had 3 of the 5 in the same listing. that had sold. And it was a stupid buy it now best offer. And somebody actually paid what the person asked. This one happened to go up on auction. I bid strong and I got it for a lot cheaper than what I bid, which is even better. So it's some situations are different, but something like that, and knowing that there is still some Terrell Davis collectors out there that are paying stupid money for some stuff, I'd rather somebody put it up as a buy it now best offer and find a way to negotiate a deal.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
But, knowing that, like I said, the one PMG red that's up there, that's a 9, that's, over $2,000. If people are using that as a basis, then, I could only imagine what somebody would list a green for.
yeah. I wouldn't even want to see it because I did see a few. I think PWCC had some graded stuff that went off recently when I had typed in like precious metals emerald. They had a wide check. They had Eddie George. I want to say they had McNair. So somebody, whoever had love the Titans, they had them, and the wide check went. I think it was a BGS graded. I don't know if it's a 9 or 9.5, but that thing went for I think like 1,200. So yeah, if you got any type of star resume, your 4 figures isn't strong enough. It's going to be mid 4 figures, probably between 3 and 6, depending on the day and who's watching.
Well, and you got to consider the seller, though, too.
Yeah.
Some of those have a devout following.
Yeah.
So if it's, and if it was PWCC or Probstein or any of those guys, I'd watch it.
Mm-hmm.
But no. Because for whatever reason, their shit sells for a premium.
Mm-hmm.
All day long.
Yeah.
And whether that's designed, because we've talked about that before, whether it's designed, I don't want to claim that anything fishy is going on, but it never fails. Their shit sells for a premium.
Yeah.
What was the other one back in the day? Was it Evolution Sports Marketing? They had 2 different names.
Yep.
They weren't near as shady as the others that we just mentioned, because there was, I think I got my dual jersey, dual autograph numbered to 25 from them, and it actually wasn't horrendous from a price point perspective. I mean, it was still, I think, close to $200 or whatever, but at the same time, it wasn't horrendous. It wasn't like I was paying $300 for something that I should have paid what I did type situation. But that would all be dependent on the seller. Like I said, I'd watch it. I mean, I'd be stupid not to, just because why wouldn't you want an idea?
Yeah.
So that would be a tough one to figure something out.
Because that'd probably be the only one that'd be really in that category.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think in my head, and there's everything else it's not cheap, but you're not paying that type of money. Maybe the 98 Bowman Chrome, the
Number to
Gold-
5, golden anniversary.
yeah, you're gonna pay a lot for it, but I don't think you're gonna be like going through your phone and dialing everybody up and
No.
kind of crazy.
No, it pretty much would be, green, red. Golden anniversary number to 5 would probably be up there. And that's because somebody has one listed that it's either a 9 or a 10, and it's buy it now, best offer for $2,500. I mean, no. I was trying to think if there would be anything else. 97 Essential Credentials is actually not bad priced. 98 Essential Credentials, the 2 variations, would probably be up there from a price point perspective. $500 to $800 a pop, give or take.
Yeah,
99 would probably be the same. Because I was trying to think of which ones I had. I think I have 2,000. No. What was the auction we were watching that got taken down? Was that 99? Maybe it was.
So
Yeah, so I mean 99 is done. I have both of them. Ouch.
yeah,
That hurts.
I don't really have specific searches for anybody. I just type Jack Lambert. I look up patches. Some of the old guys, I look up that stuff. But I always seem to just do. And it takes more time, and that's fine because I'd rather be thorough on some of that stuff. I'll look up like Josh Johnson, and then I'll go like the best match or whatever. I'll look through. I don't even know how many items. Then I'll go to like ending soon, and I'll sit there and look and look and look and look and look. Then I'll go to newly listed and look and look and look. So I feel, and I hope I always cover my bases. I don't want to be like, oh shit. I don't want to find something like, oh, well, how did I miss this? But I know Lemieux's got an ungodly amount of cards listed. It's not like Johnson where it's whatever amount. I mean, you've got to pretty much be specific with Lemieux, what you're looking at. But yeah, it's when you come across that stuff. That's why with Brodeur, I don't look up his sold listings. I don't want to see something that somehow slipped through the cracks, or I didn't check it because it was like overnight or I'm sleeping. But I'm like, fuck, that's one of my biggest fears is like the time I do that, it's gonna be I'll find like the Star Quest Gold or something and see it sold for like 200 and just be like, oh fucking hell.
Yeah, so golden anniversary number to 5, $24.99.95. Buy it now, best offer. It's a 9. The PMG red, $21.99.99, and it's an 8. Buy it now, best offer. There's now a 99 PMG, 41 of 50, BGS 9.5 for $1,000, from South Korea. I don't think so. I was trying to see. And like, for instance, this one, I know it's a tough card, but this is the stuff that I'm talking about as it pertains to people listing stuff when they really don't have any intent of selling. Black Diamond, Title Quest, number to 100, SGC 9.5. Okay. So it's Gem Mint, 750. No best offer.
Is that gold card with the acetate metal?
Yeah, it's the one that you.
Curtis Martin?
Yep.
Yeah, that should be, again, it's super rare. It's super good looking. That's like between a 1 and 150
Yeah.
on a solid sale day. I could see
But that's what I'm getting at. I mean, I get the rarity.
Yep.
But it's that right there to me always indicates that you're not willing to sell it.
No, it's just like a museum. It's you sit there and show it off. That's it. I'm in the same boat, Paul, but at the same time, I think it's been said too many a time that we've all had to start somewhere. I guess as long as that one is a good and somebody says, hey, it came quick, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And plus, PayPal's got your back, so that's the good part. If this was something on like Facebook or Instagram and then you made a deal and it was friends and family and you got screwed over, then that's a different story. But with eBay, you get the protection at least through PayPal.
Nope, absolutely. And that's sometimes you got to take chances because, in those situations, you do have that protection.
And if it's something you want or something you haven't seen forever and a day, it's like, well, I'd rather take the chance, get burned, and at least get my money back instead of decide not to. Somebody got it for dirt cheap because of that feedback situation.
Yep.
And then you don't see it for forever.
Yep. For any of us who have sold on eBay, I mean, you always have to have your first sale or your first purchase. And it takes time to build that feedback and build that reputation. I mean, my feedback for, considering I think I've been on eBay since 2002, I think, is nowhere near others.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know Dave probably has close to double my feedback. And he's been on maybe a little bit longer than I have. But that's also because he has 1,635 different collections that he goes after too. But even mine's, quite a bit of mine are from selling. Years ago, I actually was a silver power seller. I know that's hard to believe, especially as I was going through a box of random shit.
Yeah, and the stuff that was spared from the sales.
Well, most of that was opening boxes and selling what I pulled. That's what all that was. There's no money in that. It took me a while to finally realize, yeah, you would have been better off just buying sets and singles and all that kind of shit. But I had it was a whole lot of fun.
And that's what it's about, though. That's the thing. As long as you had fun.
That is true. That is true.
Well, we're rolling up on 4 hours. We've got to be up in 4 hours. I don't imagine that tomorrow's going to be slow because again, it's
The day
Thanksgiving.
before.
Yeah, and even with the governor said, I think pretty much all sports have been halted, like high school wise, youth wise. Restaurants are going back to just curbside only. Bars, same thing. Even with that, you still have people, and it wasn't busy. You could tell, but then again, my boss has COVID right now because uh they decided to go hunting at the hunting shack, and you had one guy come up from Minneapolis and was nice enough to give it to everyone. So you can stay
Well,
away.
we dodged a bullet. My kiddo had been exposed at school. We just was tested Friday. Just got results today, negative. So I mean, that's a good thing, but
Yeah.
it still crazy.
So yeah, there's one guy out there at their camp that's got MS. So nobody's heard how he's doing, but his parents, they're both, I think, in the hospital now. So, and this is one that was very a non-believer. We'll leave it at that. And
Wise choice. Wise choice of words.
so there's a lot of people at the store that are like, well, you know what? He fought everybody on everything that was supposed to be implemented. You reap what you sow. You want to go to South Dakota and go hunting with a group of guys. You want to go to Republican presidents and January 20th former presidents um, pep rallies and not wear masks. It's fine. I mean, at some point there's going to be repercussions. Do good for everybody else, even if you don't like it. Think of others. I know it's shocking, and I mean, believe it or not, it can be done. Don't think of yourself. None of us, no matter what affiliation we have, want to wear a mask at all. And if you do, I mean, that's a cool fetish to have. That you do that, you do you. But most of us don't want to wear them. We wear them for others. Try it. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, that's what I've always said. It's not about me. It's about everybody else. Now is not the time to be selfish, so to speak. You need to be thinking about everybody else. Because at the end of the day, yes, you're doing it to protect yourself, but you're also doing it to protect others in the event that you do have it without realizing that you have it.
So in that quasi-political note, the do good. So and being thankful for being upright in this wonderful year of 2020. I figured the year of nature on means would be a lot better, and fly off by leaps and or bounds. So you have anything else to close up the show with?
I do not.
Wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. If you have it with your family, be safe. Um, have fun on Black Friday, no matter what you're doing. But again, be safe. Uh, just be safe. Look out for each other, and if you don't, I mean, karma has its way of rearing its ugly head if you don't. I mean, most people are not immune from karma in some shape, form, or fashion. So, with that, remember, he's Steve. I'm Dave. This is the Insert Revolution podcast. Remember, building collections, it's fun. It's a fun time. Building friendships, that's what this hobby should be about. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.